Recording in progress. Say it a little louder in the back.
I not only went through them, Councilman, I retyped them.
Okay, did you really?
I sent a copy of them to the council.
Did you?
The retyped notes.
I have not seen
It was
this.
later this afternoon, like around
Let's see.
1 or 2.
You sent them to Nikki?
Yes.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yes.
I have not. Well, she had it.
Yeah. My secretary was agreeing.
Yeah.
And the only reason I could read all of it. I read about 99%. The only reason I could read is because we had discussed most of this stuff.
Yeah, right.
So it was a little bit easier for me to decipher what I thought you meant.
Yeah.
In 1 or 2 cases where I wasn't sure.
Yeah, not only was it short and not incomplete, but the
Well, short
handwriting
was
was
good.
terrible.
Short was good. I like short. When I'm working 1:30 and 2 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
Next time, get up some kind of that clean.
I'm more of a purple kind of guy,
Oh, okay.
which also fits Mardi Gras since I'm from Mobile.
Yeah.
Mardi Gras is purple and green
Right.
and some gold. You know.
Did you read that article in the paper the other day about the Mardi Gras in Oklahoma?
I saw the headline, but did
Yeah.
not read the article yet. I
Yeah.
saw the headline.
They're saying that it was probably the second earliest
Behind New
Mardi
Orleans.
Gras celebration
Behind New Orleans.
behind Mobile.
Okay, well, that would make it
Yeah.
3.
No,
New
it
Orleans.
was before.
No, actually, Mobile is older. than
Mobile's the
New Orleans.
first one.
Yeah, you're right.
And they're saying Oklahoma was the second one.
So then
and
New
then
Orleans is
Yeah, yeah,
Interesting.
yeah.
I learned a little bit. new.
And apparently it used to be celebrated around Christmas. Originally, when it first started, they moved it to Fat Tuesday after the Civil War, right? If I understand. And I don't remember the reason for that, but, and it talks about it in that article.
I'm gonna Google that because it caught my attention for a couple of reasons. I didn't know much at all about Cahaba until we moved here to Selma, and that was 2003. Thank you.
Thank you.
All the time you said it failed.
What you got? You decorating yourself over there? You did that pine cone. I didn't get any pine cone.
I don't even do decoration at home. So
You got one set.
Thanks.
Say be thankful. Be
They gonna
thankful.
stand up. I gonna stand up
This-
on
this
the
is the-
edges.
This is the season to be thankful.
It is.
Councilman Carver is just doing that before.
Who did that?
I did. Councilwoman James bought the corn chips.
Oh, yeah?
Mhm. We got our finger food stuff back there, so we can talk trash.
Oh, for real?
I think, I think,
No, forgot about it.
Oh, well, I wore red today and then I got into grease.
What did you know about it?
I think the pine cones were on the corners to help stabilize the wreaths
Oh, we got a bunch of them.
and to set off the decorations in the middle. To stabilize the wreaths and to set up and to bracket the decorations. That's called symmetry. It's beautiful. So the council president is the only one without a poinsettia.
Actually, these, like Councilwoman James said she's gonna bring 2 more.
She got 2 more. She got 2 more.
Councilwoman James bought those.
I was just thinking he's gonna be set out like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It was intentional.
he'll be all right.
There's a coop.
Look, he'll be fine.
We got a coop. there.
I plead the fifth on any coups.
If you know, I put a little bit of decoration at every station, because I say, you know, it's 9 people, that's like that, 9 children, so you gotta make sure you get one.
I wasn't gonna get mad.
Let's see if Sam's coming.
I told her I wasn't gonna get upset about it. So, all right.
Okay, all right, I'm just making sure you're coming. Thank you.
Johnny. My, the Wi-Fi be sucks in here. Terrible. When you're trying to get your stuff. Terrible.
Good evening. How are y'all doing? Good.
Terrible.
I might move my chair over there. I might come back to.
Okay. We'll go keep around if we need to.
Well, we don't have to. I'll move this chair back over here.
Is that my water?
Nope.
Okay, all right, I had one just
That's
like it.
mine, that's mine.
I thought I drank it off.
All right now.
Hey,
Hey, Christie.
how you doing? Good.
Afternoon, council. Pretty good.
I did not expect you. I did not expect you to be here today. You did. Not on account of me. Not on account of me.
Oh,
Sam said he was coming up the stairs.
Kind of slowly.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good afternoon.
Good evening. I said good evening.
Good or not. I've called you 20 times. But take up all my minutes. You minutes I got called.
I didn't answer.
That's what
It
I'm
doesn't
talking
take
about,
up
taking up.
minutes if you don't answer, does it?
I'll call you, attorney.
You called me?
Yeah, I'll give you a call. That lady is really improving that corner. She bought that, the house she bought, she took out,
Oh, yeah.
you seen it?
Yeah.
She needs, where she need to go? Does she need to go to the committee? She want to put the original windows in there, but she can't find anybody.
She's gotta go to the commission, historic commission.
They know how to get the, she gonna buy the original window. She don't know anybody that can get her the original window.
She's gonna have to find somebody to refurbish the ones that are there.
Ain't none there.
Oh, there's none there?
Well,
You gotta build those kind of windows. Those are handmade.
she's gonna do the outside first and then she's
Yeah.
going inside.
Yeah, if you want original old windows like that, they're handmade.
Shoot, I can get up, I got to stay up.
Now, there may be a company that builds them.
Well, I call you tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Okay. I
Yeah,
call
I
you.
just covered up today.
Okay, I call you. Tomorrow. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How about you today?
Okay.
Okay.
You come home, I didn't speak to you. How you doing?
Oh, fine.
Okay. See y'all happy Christian holiday, Christmas.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, yeah, by the way, I'm back cleaning up. See how-
Oh, you are?
This and, the 2 bathrooms, 3 bathrooms.
You clean,
That
You
thing-
cleaning
that
us
thing's
too?
been a mess.
you cleaning us up?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, 'cause we dirty. I just wiped mine
Thank
down. It was filthy.
Last time I did that, thought I did that.
Well, I'm glad you cleaned us up. 'Cause it's dusty up there.
How you doing?
All right.
Good.
All right, I got this.
Hey, Jane,
Hmm.
Danielle, that 25,000,
Mhm.
she wanna get it out of her own budget, out of tourism.
Well, as long as she's getting it out of hers,
Yeah,
I would agree with that, as long as it come out of hers.
yeah.
Okay, and but then don't come back and on us to amend her budget and give her $25,000. Okay, yeah, as long as she getting out her line item, it's cool with me, I'm all right with that. Right now, we ain't got our budget in the system yet.
All right, y'all ready?
Yes,
Call the meeting to order. That's a minute.
I'm gonna put the recording on, I like to record, man, the meeting. What happened to Mr. Blackman?
Yeah. I don't know where he is.
Well, yeah, Mr. Blackman know we having a meeting.
He did, yeah, because I saw he had a comment about what time it was earlier than
Oh, wow.
that.
Okay, let me put mine on record. Hold on.
Attorney Madison, can you lead us in the invocation, please, sir? After you have that sip of water. No rush.
Thank you. And the faces. Let's bow our heads. Gracious and eternal God, omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, Father, the triune God, Son, and Holy Spirit, we thank you for allowing us to gather here this afternoon concerning the matters of the business of the city of Selma, Alabama. We thank you most of all for waking us up and starting us on our way. We thank you, Heavenly Father, for an opportunity to do so at a time where even in the midst of pestilence, storms, nature's upheavals, you have protected us, given us the opportunity to serve you and to serve our fellows. We thank you for the knowledge, skill, wisdom, ability that you have given us to deliberate the matters of the city. And we pray that we will align our will with yours so that all that we do will be in good order. These are all of the blessings we ask for in your son's name and his sake. Amen.
Amen.
All right, please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. I believe we left off last time we were going over our minutes. Did you get one? Okay. We were going over our minutes, or notes rather, for our public hearings, and we had one more that we need to go over. Y'all got copies of the notes that I made, and
Yeah.
and Attorney Madison has typed them up for us, so y'all can read them. So,
Not my secretary, I type.
yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Attorney Madison,
You're
for doing that, and, no. Yeah, you want my right, you want my copy? And, so I guess we need to go through and see if there's anything we do or don't want to address, in that last meeting.
And if I may add an editorial comment, to help speed up that process, I hope. Quite a few of the comments were about concerns of citizens about fairness or equity or just their concerns as land owners and possibly landlords.
Right.
All those comments won't make it into the contract nor the ordinance, but there are specific comments that definitely need to be included in either the contract or the ordinance or both.
Right,
And those are the ones that I've been concentrating on.
okay,
The other items were very good background information for the process of how we want to do this. This whole thing has been staged in 3 sections. The process of handling all this, the contract with the garbage vendor, in this case LDI, and the ordinance. The 3 components of this, and sometimes people zero in on one and don't think about how they interchangeable, or
right,
interrelated, they're interrelated.
right, yeah. So you've looked over everything, and are there any issues with anything that's on those notes that you see? I mean, I know the regular, the complaints, about how we're doing it. I don't think we were willing to change the overall gist of the ordinance and and how we're putting the responsibility on landowners or property owners rather. We weren't willing to change that, right? I mean, we were.
You talking
we were
about
gonna
our
move
previous ordinance that we
forward. No,
have?
the draft ordinance that we've been working on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the gist of the ordinance is that we want property owners to be responsible for the garbage when it's not paid. If and when it's not paid, and there were complaints about that big picture.
Yeah, it was a big, and it,
But I mean, from what I gathered, we weren't willing to change that.
no, we're not, but I think we need to put something else in there specific, because,
Uh-huh.
you know why? Because we put. let me tell
I said
you.
what?
Okay, I'm finna tell you why. I have my right to,
No, I said.
okay, I read the whole thing.
We want to hear it. Go ahead.
Okay, because I look at a property owner that rents, it's a land person that owns the property. I look at them being responsible for getting the trash can and making sure that is either how it's added in their rent, because once that tenant leaves, they have to, the property owner has to let the LDI know that nobody's in that house.
Mhm.
And then when another person comes back in, they have to have that go back out there and do that transition for the new owner. And the thing is that what I was worried about was with the property owner is that we as the city body government are making a city ordinance, garbage collect ordinance for property owners, that people that rent their houses, that they have a full responsibility of making sure that everyone that rents from them have a trash can. And I just want to be clear about when I vote on something that we being fair, because that's a lot. We know that it's got to be done, but we want to make sure that they get a good understanding of the procedures.
Right.
That's my problem.
Mhm.
I want them to know, because see, a lot of people don't read this here, haven't read this, and which I have read that, and there are some points in there that I don't want them to come back later on saying that they didn't know that.
Right.
And it's
and-
important that we,
Mr. Richardson brought up a good point.
Yes.
If I remember right, in one of those meetings, about giving plenty of notice, that we did not want to enact this immediately. When we voted on it, we wanted to give it 90 days or 120 days or whatever. And there were also some points brought up about contracts. If somebody was under a contract, that they could prove that they were under that contract, and we would be lenient until that contract was finalized, and then they could make the swap.
and also I wanted to get a clear understanding with the company. I read their agreement, and if, we had once before that, I know we had did this before with a company, and they changed the name. You know how the garbage company changed the name? We were with Seacoast before, and then we jumped with LVI. So I want, see, a lot of people have read the language according to the guideline for them. If they decide to pull out or something out of this contract and stuff like that, I just like to make sure that we as elected officials understand what we are doing here, because this is something that we are taking on.
Right.
And we're going to enforce this, and I want all parts to be a part. When we agree to something, even in part with our code enforcement, their part too. I read up all that. So I'm hoping that all of us are on board according to what we are putting this in for the city to abide by.
And I would
It
love,
plays a lot of part of, you have four parts that plays a big part in this. And I just hope that we are, yes.
interestingly enough, each of you just summarized what for me are probably the most critical aspects of this whole garbage, re-engineered garbage initiative. The first thing is it will not work without property owners being liable for garbage collection. Here's why. Tenants move all the time. There is no way on earth we're going to find a tenant if they move.
Right.
In most cases, not in everything. We might luck up in some cases. But the property owners may move too, but the records of who owns what will all, because Alabama's a noted state, the notice must be placed in the probate court records. So that's number one. It won't work unless we hold the property owner. And by the way, that's who we're holding accountable now, the residences anyway, property owners. At residences, unless somebody, if they own their property, that's what we're holding accountable. I pay for my garbage to be collected. I'm a property owner. I have to pay. The thing that I'm concerned about most with the process in general is when landlords who are also property owners have tenants, and those tenants move out, and no garbage is being generated, they should not have to pay for garbage collection because there's nobody generating.
Nobody's there.
That's the big thing. I said when landlords who are also property owners have tenants who move out, there is a provision such that the cans don't, the rollout carts don't leave the premises, they stay there. But the responsibility of the property owner / landlord is to notify the garbage collector, the company, There's nobody living there, so they shouldn't have to pay for garbage collection. That's what you'll get a lot of pushback from with me and anybody else. If I want everybody in my place, why should I pay for garbage collection? The key though is not to remove the rollout card,
But you have
not to
something.
remove the rollout card. Because once that card's gone, the next tenant comes in and you got them having nowhere to put their garbage, but on the ground, in an open field, in somebody else's garbage container. So those are process issues though. They're not as much, they're financial and process issues.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily legal issues until somebody refuses to pay, then you got a violation of the ordinance.
And you have it in here. You already have it in here.
It is.
It is written in here. That's why I said that. That's why I was saying that. It's already in there.
Yes.
And that's why I was saying that they should understand if they read it, it's telling them the procedures.
And you're right that most people are not gonna read 68 pages. And you pointed out last meeting, you, Councilman Thomas, that pointed out, do you know, you asked the question to the people sitting in the audience, do you know the chapter, section such and such provides for penalties if you don't comply with the ordinance? You asked that question.
And I asked them, the reason why I asked them, because we gave them this. We gave this to everybody, even the elected officials that's gonna pass this. We need to know exactly what's in here. So if it comes to that point that a landlord or someone says something, they had the opportunity to read it like we did. You make it based on your decision.
And it's been promoted and it's going to continue to be promoted. One of the words you also used was education. I'm a firm believer in education. When my children wanted to buy calculators to learn how to do math, I said, no, you're not getting a calculator until you can prove to me that you can add, subtract, multiply, and divide. So I had to sit down with them and do homework. I had to sit at the table with them and do homework to know if they could add, subtract, multiply, and divide. We have to educate the public. We have to educate the public on what the new ordinance says. I'm not as concerned about what the contract says in educating the public, because that's privity of contract between the vendor and the city. How that affects the public, they still need to know too. But the contract will be between the city and the vendor. Just as with landlords, their lease agreements are between them and tenants. We can't tell them what to put in their lease agreements. Some of them asked us what they were going to do. Well, the answer to what you're going to do is you're going to do what you got to do. Yeah. But we can't tell you what to put in a lease agreement. That's privity of contract between two private individuals. The educational aspects of this, and the mayor's pointed this out at least on 2 or 3 occasions, are going to have to take place over months. That time frame you asked about in voting on this versus the effective date. What you're talking about is the effective date of the ordinance. The effective date is whatever the council agrees and votes on as the effective date. And yes, that should be a window of opportunity for people to adjust to this. We also have to inform people that if they got service, they need to be able to verify that. Here's another point that's important. I kept saying I wanted to meet with the water works over this. I met with the attorney and the general manager for the waterworks last week. They are willing to make verification of residence a part of their process for people seeking water, make verification of garbage collection as a part of their procedures for people getting water service, a part of their procedures. They're not going to deny water if people don't have garbage, but they'll be able to tell us who it is that doesn't.
Right.
So we can then hold them accountable. That was a biggie for me, but that meeting took about 2 hours. And the reason that's so critical is because it's another way to ensure that we know who does and does not have garbage collection. We met with, as I said, Attorney Chestnut and Ms. Simpson, LaShawn Simpson last week. They're willing to do that. What they were doing was having people verify their residence one of 2 or 3 other ways. One way was with Alabama Power, And when they picked that way, I don't know if Alabama Power knew they were gonna do that or not, and that was the source of some friction, I'll put it that way. So they said that this might be an even easier way for them to help verify people's residence and at the same time help serve the city of Selma's purpose. I thought that was a wonderful way to collaborate and get things done. So almost every obstacle, and I say almost because I don't believe in a perfect world, almost every obstacle has been removed to getting this done, almost every obstacle. And I think the documents, the process, the ordinance, and the contract are about as close to perfect as they're gonna get. But that still leaves room for amendment to the ordinance when and if you need to.
Well, the only thing I said, Major Matter, you are our attorney and I expect to, for you, which it do require for you to, you draft up this, you're drafting up this ordinance for us. And it also required that, that you, like we have this discussion and to make sure that, that our city, the municipality, that we're putting this ordinance in place that we all understand and know that, number one, the ordinance is there based on what we have to do to move the city forward. And I was reading up on that about the draft of the ordinance as you as the attorney. That's what I look forward to look at you, that I see that comes under the, through the drafting of the ordinance, which require us as the municipality to be looking for in the question that you're responding to us on. That's right.
Did you have a question or comment? Okay.
And
With the new tenant being, coming in, they would be following that same process
Right.
as the tenant before them had done. So I think that would clear that up if, the landlord would take the responsibility of letting them know what people need to take to get checked.
And let me ask you this, if you're gonna use the waterwork in this process, in our ordinance, will you specifically have some of that information in there? Because if we are doing an ordinance for the city with this garbage and you're saying that we are going to be, the waterwork will be involved in our transition that we are doing with this, letting us know about the, if anyone that doesn't have a trash can or doesn't have.
Here's what I'm gonna do. The discussion the other day involved them sending me, the waterworks attorney, sending me a copy of their procedures. As a matter of fact, I didn't do it. This is what my secretary did do. It was, we transposed the document, their document, from a PDF document to a Word document, so it could be amended to include this information.
Okay, that's all I wanted to
And
know.
that was part of the process all along, but we had to get waterworks board, attorney, office manager buy-in. And I got 2 of those 3 individual buy-ins Friday.
Okay.
I got a
Go
question.
ahead.
My concern is, what about the landlord owners that already have a contract with their tenants?
Right, and that's what I think we were saying, if they show that they've got something, we're gonna give it, say 6 months, it's up to the council. If we give it 6 months before it's effective from the time we vote. And we could also, include in there, if you can show proof that there is a contract that was in place before we took the vote, that's extending past this effective date, then we could be lenient on that. But as soon as that date ends, then you're responsible for it.
Can you say that again, what you said you could do?
So if there's an existing contract,
Mhm.
we don't want to cause a breach in contract.
Okay,
So if there's an existing contract, and this was one of the first things that was brought up in one of our public hearings, we do not want to, by enacting this ordinance, we don't want to cause a breach in contract between 2 private parties.
okay.
And so, I think the only way that we can do that is to have proof of the contract. So So if we have an effective date, say of June the 1st,
Mhm.
you know, and they have a lease agreement that started, or a contract with a dumpster service or something that started in August of 2021.
Mhm.
Well, it's not going to go out of date until September 30th of 2022. So they would, on June 1st, they would need to come and show something, or by June
Oh,
1st,
okay.
they would need to come and show something that said, hey, I have until this time, or we back the effective date up further than that, but I don't think we want to do that.
Yeah, in fact, and another thing, you know, we had on there, you got 4 units at your house, 4 units at your
Right,
home.
a four family unit.
Now, I don't think we need to wait on that, for us them getting a dumpster.
Right,
Cause see, some of mine, in my ward, they got dumpster. And then the ones that don't have dumpster, they're dumping in, on Councilwoman Thomas on Second Avenue.
right.
Because they ain't have no garbage can.
You make a good point. The tricky part about that is, you're right, first of all, I agree with you wholeheartedly. The tricky part is, we can't treat.
Can't hear? We need them. They say they can't hear. They don't hear us. The mic, where's the mic? This, the citizen, what Sam said? Sam, she wanna hear what you just
Okay.
said.
What I said was, we have a policy now that states that if you have 4 units at your house, you must have a dumpster, like duplex. If you got an apartment building, with 4 units, you have to have a dumpster. A lot of people already have dumpster. And I explained to our councilwoman that we got some properties on the edge of both our wards.
Mhm.
They got cans, and the one that don't have cans, they got a dump pile where they dump in her ward.
Yeah.
So we're just saying, make it, go to those, owners that got 4 units and say, hey, you got to have a
Apartment
dumpster.
unit.
You got to have a dumpster. That's what I was saying.
Mhm.
And just for clarification on that, we had discussed that some units that have 4 families in them may not have room for a dumpster. So like, especially in the historic neighborhood, some of these old houses have been turned into 4 family units, and there's nowhere to put a dumpster anywhere, hardly room to park. So we needed to make some kind of zoning, you know, I don't know if that would take a.
I don't know that zoning is the correct way to go, but
Yeah.
here's what I was looking at. Thank you. Excuse me. Here's what I was looking at earlier today. I just happened upon it. I was aiming for it. We have the definition of approved containers in this language, in the
Yeah.
ordinance. Approved containers are either rollout carts or dumpsters. There is no reason why in a certain circumstance, rather than a dumpster, 2 or 3 rollout carts wouldn't suffice. They're both approved containers.
They're both-
rollout carts and dumpsters. So it's going, and again, there's going to have to be some flexibility. Whether or not a multifamily unit with 3 or less families there or tenants there needs 1 or 2 or 3 rollout carts, I have no problem asking LDI and the property owner to solve that. Because they're gonna have to pay the bill to LDI, not to the city. And what somebody can pay is up to them.
What they can
How
afford.
much garbage is being generated is going to depend on who lives there, and the situation is going to vary from building to building to family to family.
And I'm good with that. I assume y'all are, as long as the language is written broadly enough to where there are no musts in there.
Yeah.
Approved containers, I think, is.
Yeah, okay.
Not that you have to have
Yes.
a dumpster or a rollout cart, but that you have to have an approved container. Because that's what LDI is going to have to deal with, an approved container.
Okay.
And that's good, and, by you, another thing too.
Did y'all, just right quick, did that answer y'all's question? Okay,
And plus the outdoors in the historic district.
yeah,
We had a dumpster sitting out right out in front of the house because there's nowhere else to put it.
right, yeah. Well, I'll say that. in time.
Yeah, so some of this is intuitive, some of it is not. Most of it is common sense. I don't need a dumpster at my house. I need a rollout cart. But if I'm a property owner leasing or renting spaces, whether I have 2 tenants or 3 or 6 is gonna make a huge difference as to what's put at that property for garbage in which to be collected and disposed of. And that's why I suggested LVI, the vendor, and the landlord / property owner are the right individuals to have that flexibility to decide how many garbage rollout carts or whether or not a dump is going to meet their needs. All we care about is the garbage being collected and disposed of properly. Well, not all. The main thing is the garbage being collected and disposed of properly.
Thank you. All right, so since we're 5:30 and we
Yeah.
have one more item to discuss, I want to get to a next step, deal with this, so we can decide which way we're gonna move. So I think we needed an MOU from the waterworks,
Yes,
declaring the procedures and everything.
And then
y'all worked with.
MOU should be sufficient.
Okay, and then we needed, the final draft of the ordinance, with everything. And I'm almost positive we've covered every in and out we could possibly cover in all these meetings and the public forums and discussed where we want to go with this. So we should be pretty clear.
I'm gonna say it again. I would love to say it's perfect, but I'm not gonna use the L word. I would be kidding people if I said it's perfect.
Right,
We're going to have to work some things out after it's implemented.
yeah,
But that's okay.
Yeah.
You do that with any ordinance, which we're talking about right now as well. Revising, revisiting ordinances.
yeah. Well, we need a final draft with what we've discussed, in order to get a vote on it to make sure.
Well, some are of the mind that you can vote on it tonight. What's your decision?
Do you want to say something?
my question is, only thing, when you do this ordinance, can you avoid the length of running of the sentencing? So it would be so simple, it would be, not full of language. It would be more simple for the ordinance that we're gonna put in, everything in there. Can you kind of like lengthen
You're
it
talking
up?
about plain language. and
Yes.
short sentences.
And short sentencing?
The sentence structure is not hard to do.
Okay,
Plain language is fine for the most part, but some terms have to comply with the definitions of the words we use, and that's for legal purposes.
okay,
Approved container being one, garbage being another, trash being another. There's a huge difference between garbage and trash.
I was just looking at it because if it'd be it would be more reasonable to people to understand.
I'll plain language it as much as possible and try to shorten the paragraphs. Most of the paragraphs, I usually try not to have more than 7 sentences in a paragraph because that's usually too long.
Okay,
It's easy to cut paragraphs into sentences, but it takes time, that's all. This takes a lot of time.
I don't have any problem getting this done tonight. But I want to know that these issues that we've pointed out.
Those issues on that list, I spent all day integrating into. the
Okay,
ordinance
so you have a final draft.
And the contract.
Okay, so this is all in there.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
okay.
yes. I don't have a MOU with the waterworks.
Right.
That shouldn't stop the vote on the ordinance.
Okay, all right. Well, that's fine.
All the
What I wanted to know.
contracts.
Okay, what I wanted to know was that all this
Council, this is why I was saying, I typed those up personally to go over everything you had in your notes
Right.
and to integrate it into the ordinance. The best way for me to figure out what needed to be in the ordinance was to go through this line by line.
Right.
Some of it is in the ordinance, some of it didn't need to be in the ordinance. But where was what I was doing when I was typing about.
And what you just said tonight, I want to be clear on something. We must, when we do this, we have to be very cautious of the model of this ordinance. See, like you said, you want to vote on it tonight. It's not in front of us. He's telling us, our attorney is giving us advice so we can move forward. But I think I want this to be done, but I want it to be done the correct in the proper way with this ordinance to move forward with it. So if we vote tonight, if this body of this council, the municipality vote on this ordinance tonight, what is the purpose of us voting on the ordinance and you haven't done it up yet?
No, it has been done up yet. I haven't presented it to you.
You have, are you
In the
going to
form-
present it to
in
us?
the form that included these changes.
Okay, can we? I prefer not
I
voting.
can get a copy of it to you this evening,
Can you do that?
if you let me out of here right now.
Okay, well, go. We, because I can't vote on nothing without I see something.
Okay, so, go ahead.
I don't know that y'all realize, I don't like trash. I don't know. if
All of us
y'all
got
realize
trash.
What a workload this is gonna put on property managers, an extra workload. And I just hope that the personnel at LBI is prepared for this extra work that's gonna be put on them. Because I know that in the past, they have had difficulty keeping up with it and keeping their records straight.
Well,
And
that's their job.
it is gonna be
It's
an
their job.
undertaking for property managers. I might have to hire somebody else to help do this.
You won't get
And that's a terrible.
We got to do it, Miss.
Councilman Carmichael, if I may, I have spoken with the president of the LBI at least 10 times in the last 11 months. He would love to have more business, more people to hire. What he has right now is a customer base of about 3,000, a little bit over 3,000 people, 600 or 800 of which are exempt from exempted from having to pay because they're on Social Security. And he's got another portion of his customer base that just refuses to pay. He was expecting to get 6,000 customers. He's at 3,000. He wants more business. He wants more business. Pay his body trust, pay his employees, and pay the overhead on this one.
Can handle more business. Now, another thing.
He's gonna have to go get another contract.
If a person, if a tenant doesn't pay their water bill, nobody does anything to them except the water company cuts the water off. And the power company will cut your power off their bill. But, and then that's not affecting the property. And this garbage thing, it's just got us, we just really don't know what to do. Or how we're going to implement it. We say that in our lease that you have to sign up for garbage, but we don't know if they pay everyone. And from what I'm understanding is if they don't pay, there could be a lien placed against the owner of the property.
But this,
How will we know this?
you'll know
You're
because
gonna know.
the tenant won't be paying.
You'll be paying.
Property.
You're gonna be paying. You
I'm
move
not
for me.
understanding that.
You're not understanding the property owner paying the garbage bill?
No, let me clear
She
it
wasn't
up. And we gotta get away from this because we've already had public hearings.
I've been here.
I know you have, but we've got stuff we gotta move on to. What he means is they'll know because they'll be notified when it's not paid. But that property owner will be notified as soon as the garbage service is not paid, that there will be a note, notification that goes out that says it'll go to the property owner, not the tenant. So, or, you know, or the property manager or whoever's handling that. So they'll know if a lien is placed on the property. I mean, because there will be several notifications that are sent out between the time that it's not paid and the time the lien goes on, and then the time that taxes are due. So there will be many notifications that go out. And so I want to move on, and thank you for that comment. And I understand it's going to take some work. And that's why we're trying to, we are going to back up an effective date several months to help give time for y'all to figure it out. All right, the second item on this was the process for work order request. And I know that's something that's important to all of us as council members. We're putting in work order requests. We're not sure what's happening after that point, basically. And I think we would like to know if and when something is done or who's received it and whatnot. I'm just going, I use something at work called Selma. It's an app. And I can have drivers, I can have maintenance guys, I can have managers, anybody on that app, and I can say, you know, truck 47 needs the brakes changed out or whatever, and then I can assign it to a maintenance guy, two maintenance guys, a manager, whoever on that app, and I feel like something like that would work where you have, you know, separation by ward and who has access to that app in that ward.
That's not our responsibility when we put work orders in. It's not our responsibility to keep up with that.
Well, all we would get is a notification that it was completed.
Well, it's really when we, the legislative branch is only supposed to require to put the work order in, and then through our secretary, and then it goes there. She makes sure that they get it. After it leaves, once we do our part as the representative, it goes, our secretary sends it to the next step.
Right.
And we have no control over it.
No,
Right.
he not saying that. He's saying, once it get done.
We're notified.
we
Oh,
notify.
yeah, now I understand like that now.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
would like to know if it
Yeah.
got done.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, it's an app. So
Mhm.
just like you put in a work order request through an email,
Mhm.
you know, you would do it through an app in your phone.
Okay.
Or there's an app on the computer too.
Mhm.
Well,
can
you
we-
just type it in and you can assign it. So say we assign it to Miss Ellison, the mayor's office.
Yeah, but-
and then the mayor's office can assign it to a department head.
Well, we
or
have
mayor
no-
or something like that. But when it's completed,
That
it's
is-
marked off.
Yes,
And
but,
it's our note that we put in there and we just shared it with other people.
okay,
So it can't be deleted or anything, you know, unless it because it's your note. It's not anybody
Well-
else's, it's just yours and you shared it with them.
well, I'm not into that bracket of what are you saying? Because I believe in following the orders of the legislative branch,
Yeah.
what we're supposed to do. And after that, if the citizen keep calling me, then that is, that's our job to find out where it's at.
Right,
Where it's at. So if we've been put in for months and months and it hadn't got done,
right.
and you don't put it in 2 or 3 times, then that's a problem with me.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah.
all.
Yeah. Well, do you have some comments on it, Sam, as to how you think we need to look at it?
Yeah, I would definitely like to have, you know, be able to follow up on stuff and know when it's being completed. because,
We always got that.
I just, I feel so bad when one of my constituents, I put in a work order about 3 months ago, and then I see them on the street and they said, hey.
Oh, we all gone through that.
You didn't put my work request in. So I would like to have some way of showing them that I did put the work request in, the date. If it been completed, completed. You know,
And, and I understand what you're saying, Clay, but the legislative branch, that's not our duty. Once we do what we're supposed to do, require us to do, it's not, for us to follow. It's supposed to come back and say the work has been done. It has been completed. We used to,
Well, that's what he's saying, just do it through an app. He's saying, the same thing you're saying. but-
so why should we have to put an app on our phone? You're telling us to get an app on our phone to say they can send to us that it has been completed?
it's a modern day.
I know that it's the modern day, but it might be the modern day, but if it's the modern day, they ain't doing it right now if it's a modern
If
day.
you didn't want to put the app on your phone, I'm sure, Miss Allison could do it for you.
No, that's not,
However you turn them in now would be the same way. Nothing's changing. I'm not saying anything's changing. I'm just saying it's a way that we can follow through the process and everybody can see what's going on.
well, okay,
throughout the
you
process.
started off and then I see what you're saying.
Well,
I
I'll
will,
show
I
it
will,
to you.
no, you don't need to show it to me. I practically know what you're talking about, but I'm just saying, have you got any, results from that? Since you brought it up, have you started doing it?
We do it at our company.
That's your company. I'm talking about municipality government is different from your business.
Yeah,
That's the only thing I'm worried about.
yeah, okay.
Okay.
So, we're getting close to the meeting time, so, next one, we'll come up with a process and hoping Mayor Perkins, that we can have the mayor's office involved in the conversation about that and IT and whoever else needs to be involved so that we can kind of come up with a process that we can have in writing and whatever type of app or something that maybe y'all are familiar with so that we can be notified of how things are going in our wards. And do you have a comment about any of that?
We have been having these conversations. And a couple of issues surfaced that I'd like to talk to you about as chair of the meeting before we discuss it.
Okay.
I'll share it with you and see how.
Okay, good deal. All right, any other business?
None.
Okay, all right,
I'll give it
meeting
on.
adjourned. Thank y'all. Right, right. That's always.
But we're working through it.
Okay.
Like, this is something that I thought a while ago, is a verbal contract, a legal binding contract, if it's not contested by either party. In other words, they say you can stay there as long as you want to at $500 a month, and neither person that has had a legal binding contract.
I'm not an attorney.
I know, I was just wanting to throw that out there, since that was brought up as a, you can all look at things through
but-
different lens.
There's no need to have legal involved in it if nobody's contesting.
Right, but I'm talking about.
So- That's kind of like if a tree falls in the woods and nobody's around to hear it, doesn't make a noise.
When you go to that contract, say that you're gonna as long as they got a contract in place, we're gonna honor it. If it was given. And neither parties contesting that.
Oh, well, that would be contested by the city of Selma, and so somebody would be contesting that. And yeah, that would be contested, yeah, that, I don't think that would hold up. But you would have time to make a binding written agreement. I would think. We're gonna give some month.
You gotta start the contract now and make them for eternity.
Oh, yeah.
This is where they contract now, where they're in place to say, this contract is good, but you're not going to try this not. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? Look, the 60 wheels. This place, I didn't try. So they got a system. I want to say, hey, this house on this street. I'm gonna give you a case. Like traffic, like UPS traffic. We're gonna give you a number. You made this point. On this day, here's the traffic. And then you can track it. When somebody, when code went out there, made a report, they wrote it down. Alright, and they give them so many days. And then here's the disposition. They did it, they didn't do it. Don't see it count. I mean, you think that'd be good this? Not this. I'm not.
Cindy, do I have copies of both sets of minutes? In that folder? I need that. Can you help me put this thing up first? It's got space up there. That's what people should pass. I'm loose now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because I that's all we are. Because I can't vote on that if I law. Oh, no, I'm not voting. That's why I have to read stuff. I don't vote.
I'm sorry, let me get my stuff. That's okay. I do need it.
That's what I was trying to slide. I'm sorry, that's what I just told this. This is bad. This is the big bad.
Time is now 6:00 p.m. We're going to go ahead and get started with our council meeting for the evening. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. That was good this evening. Our meeting is now officially called to order at 6:00 p.m. And we're going to have a prayer. And let's ask, if you don't mind, Councilor Harvey to give us a word of invocation for the evening.
Let's pray. Lord, thank you for your love for us and your mercy. Thank you that this time of year we can stop and remember that you sent your son to save us. And we thank you for that, dear Lord. And ultimately, that's above all. We pray that we would be able to conduct the city's business tonight, dear Lord, and just pray for wisdom and discernment as we discuss things. Pray that the things that we do and say will bring you honor and glory in Christ.
Amen. Thank you so much. Let us stand for the pledge of allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. You may be seated. Now, at this time, I'm going to ask our clerk to please perform our roll call for the evening.
Good evening,
Meeting.
President Young,
Present.
Councilman Harville.
Here.
Councilwoman Christie Thomas. Councilman Carmichael.
Present.
Councilwoman James. Councilman Randolph. Councilman Jemison.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Janie Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Johnson.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for the roll. Thank you, council, for your responses. Let's turn our attention to the agenda. The character trait of the month is focus. An ability to direct your attention to one key task and stick to it over the long term. Let's remember our character trait of the month, focus. Now, at this time, council, you have the agenda before you for the evening. We're asking at this time that you give a vote of approval. Before we give the vote of approval during the announcements, we do have a couple of announcements, including in addition for an announcement for Ms. Aika Sanders Jackson and Mr. Drew Glover here to make the presentation, and we have a presentation. Other than that, the agenda stands as printed. Is there a motion to adopt our agenda? Move, President. Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Okay, please allow the minutes to reflect that it was moved by Councilman Johnson and seconded by Councilman Carmichael to approve our agenda for the evening. Are we ready for the question? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
President Young.
Yes.
Councilman Harville.
Yes.
Councilwoman Christie Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Carmichael.
Yes.
Councilwoman James.
Yes.
Councilman Randolph.
Yes.
Councilman Jemison.
Yes.
Councilwoman Janie Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes. Thank you, council. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, council, please turn your attention to the consent agenda for Tuesday, December 14th, 2021. We have a total of 11 items up for approval tonight on our consent agenda. Item number 1, to approve January 3rd, 2022 as a holiday for all City of Alabama employees. All city offices are to be closed on these dates, except those areas where it is essential to maintain personnel. Item number 2, to approve the extension of all tax payments due December 31st, 2021, to instead be due January 4th, 2022, as December 31st, council. Item number 3, to approve payment of DMSS invoice number 267456 in the amount of $16,538. Item number 4, to approve resolution R 124-20/22, authorization to accept grant award from the Alabama Historical Commission for the FY 22 Historic Sites Grant with a match amount not to exceed $5,000 from line 3.6000.57120, and to approve the grant agreement number ETF 2022-90. Item number 5, to approve resolution R 128-21/22, authorization to accept grant award from the Alabama State Council on the Arts for the Selma Arts and History Community Mural Project with a match equal or greater than $7,800, with the city providing $1,000 in cash match from line item 3.6000-57160 and $11,425 in-kind labor from City of Selma Planning and Development Department staff, and approval of grant agreement between the City of Selma and the Alabama State Council on the Arts. Item number 6, to approve resolution 126-21/22, authorization for application to the T-Mobile Hometown Grant. Item number 7, to approve resolution R 129-21/22, authorization to accept grant award from the Alabama Historical Commission for the FY 21 certified local government grant with a 40% cost share of $1,020 with $520 cash match from line item 3.6000 and $500 of in-kind match to approve federal sub-grant agreement for project number AL 21-127 and federal sub-grant agreement for project number AL 21-128. Item number 8, to approve payment of invoice for Holford Gilead in the amount of $1,575 for litigation expenses. Item number 9, to approve alcohol license application for Big Star Grocery LLC. Item number 10, to approve the jail lease extension agreement between Dallas County and the city of Selma for 15 days through and until December 15, 2021, retroactively in the amount of $5,416.66 with an approval date of December the 1st, 2021. And finally, item number 11, to approve resolution R127-21/22, declaration of surplus of unneeded property. Those are the 11 items on our consent agenda. At this time, are there any questions? Any questions? Yes, Councilwoman Thomas. Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me the location in what area this alcohol license application you do for Big Star Grocery LLC?
It used to be a nail shop on that, right across, right next to, the home. On that. It used to be.
Okay.
Okay,
Mr. President,
thank you. Yes.
point of order, I'm going to ask upon information that was provided to me that the item number 9 be pulled back from the consent agenda.
Item number 9.
Yes.
All right, council. Is there anyone who would like to move item 9 based off the recommendation from the attorney? Any council members? Okay, Councilman Harville has moved item number 9 per suggestion and recommendation from our attorney. So we'll remove item number 9 at this time. Any other questions regarding the consent agenda? With that said or not said, is there a motion to approve our consent agenda for Tuesday, December 14, 2021 with the removal of item number 9? All right, the third Councilman Johnson first. Is there a second? All right, and then here Councilwoman James Thomas with the second. So it's been moved and properly seconded to approve our consent agenda for Tuesday, December 14, 2021 with the removal of item number 9. Are we ready for the question? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
President Jones?
Yes.
Councilman Harville?
Yes.
Councilwoman Christie Thomas?
Yes.
Councilman Carmichael?
Yes.
Councilwoman James? Councilman Randolph?
Yes.
Councilman Middleton?
Yes.
Councilwoman James Thomas?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes. All right, thank you, council, for your votes. Madam Clerk, read back the results, please read back the results of our vote.
There are 9 affirmative.
Not affirmative, that's unanimous. All right, at this time, council, will Madam Clerk, will you please perform our council minutes?
Yes, sir. Good evening again, council, mayor, and all who are present with us tonight. Council, you should have before you the minutes of November 23rd, 2021 regular meetings, and I've also included the meetings of the special call meeting of September 23rd, because when I went back to research that, I don't see no need to prove it. So these items are before you for your consideration and approval. Are there
Thank you
any
so
questions?
very much. All right, council, we have before us minutes from our special call meeting of September 23rd, 2021, and then we have minutes from our regular November 23rd, 2021 meeting. Is there a motion to approve both sets of minutes? Is there a second? All right, please allow the minutes to reflect that it was moved by Councilwoman Jane Thomas and properly seconded by Councilman Michael Johnson to approve the minutes from our special call meeting September 23rd, 2021, and our minutes from our meeting of November 23rd, 2021. Are we ready for the question? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
President Jones.
Yes.
Councilman Harville.
Yes.
Councilwoman Christie Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Carmichael.
Yes.
Councilwoman James. Yes. Councilman Randolph.
Yes.
Councilman Jemison.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jamie Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you, Council, for your votes. Now we'll move into the announcements portion of our agenda. Council, at this time, are there any announcements that each of you would like to make? We'll start with Councilwoman James.
Good afternoon, everyone. In the spirit of peace and blessings, first I'd like to just say happy holidays to all the employees of the city of Selma, all the 17,900 plus citizens of Selma. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas, and I want you to be safe, and I want you to know the real reason for this season. Also, on Saturday at 9 o'clock, I will be having a senior citizen giveaway. And we will be blessing our senior citizen with blankets, fruit, hand sanitizer, and other items. It is not only for Ward 4. Any citizen that come, I'm gonna do the first 100. The first 100 citizens will be blessed with these items. But if it rains, I'm still do it though. If it start raining, I'll still be out there because I like to finish what I do. I don't like to postpone anything. I just want to give back to the citizens of Selma and to our senior citizens during this time of the year. Also, I want to thank our administrative assistant for such a beautiful spread she gave us today. And she helped with the decoration. And we just want to thank, we got the best administrator you can have. And I just want to say to the council, I wish you all a Merry Christmas, and I want you all to be safe, and I want you to make good decisions while you're out on your Christmas break.
Very good, very good. Thank you, Councilwoman James. Any other announcements from any councilors? Councilwoman Jane Thomas.
Good afternoon, citizens Selma. I would like to say Merry Christmas to everyone. Merry Christmas to everyone that lives in the city of Selma, also for the Dallas County. Also, I would like to say this, every year, there's a season for giving, love, and care, and bringing people together. For the past 6 years to 7 years, we always share love in Ward 7. We do this every year. And also, I would like to thank all of my patrons that support me in this, that has been very generous and supported me to be there for people that need. On December the 20th of 2021, around approximately from 12 to 3 o'clock, we will be giving to the families that are unfortunate to have the things that they need for the kids. And thanks to the good citizens of Selma that I reach out to, that's been a part of this for the last 6 years. We will be giving toys, we will be giving clothes, we will be giving we'll be giving a lot. We'll be giving out a lot of love. And also, I want to thank one lady, Mrs. Linder. Miss Linder has been a strong supporter in Ward 7. She has always gave back. She always gave back to the senior citizens. Also, she gives a care package where she has been giving to me every year that I go out to our senior citizens in Ward 7. Senior citizens and young play a big role in our community because they mean a lot to us. And we always have a hand open to do things for them. So we're gonna give a little love to the babies, senior citizens, and anyone else that we can help. Also, we will be doing, there will be also giving dinner, which I will be a part of that, taking out dinners to the senior citizens. So you will see it, we will do it on Facebook, we will let you see the joy and the happiness of the people that receive these gifts from the citizens and the patrons that have been a part of it for the last 6 years.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Thomas. Any other announcements? Any other announcements? Councilman Carmichael.
So I have a presentation to make for,
Yes, sir.
from the whole council. We voted on this resolution, for Snow's cleaning service, Mr. Lamarcus Snow. And declared January 3rd, 2022 as a snow day. So I just wanted to make sure we got him this spring resolution and appreciate everything he's done for the city over the years.
Come on down, Mr. Snow.
Guess I gotta say something. Y'all see them dirty. We got the NFL supposed to be coming to Selma High Hood tomorrow. Well, for 3 days, they playing the game in Marion, but they practicing at our hood. So I just been out there all day. Y'all see them filthy and dirty. When I'm here, I want to thank the council and the mayor and everybody that made this happen for me. I ain't never thought I'd be getting like resolution and awards and all that stuff like that. But I'm just happy and I'm just gonna continue to do what I do. Clean up the city.
And we thank
And
you.
that's what I'm gonna do.
Thank you, Mr. Snow. All right, now we're gonna ask Mayor Perkins to come up with a presentation as well.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to deference the time, give Chief Fulford an opportunity to present the 3 officers that have joined Selma Police Department. And since they just gotten off shift, I wanted to give them an opportunity to go home and get some rest so they can get back to it. So Chief Fulford will come at this time.
While they lined up, I want to say good evening to everyone.
Good evening.
We are, police department, we are moving in the right direction. And recently, these 3 officers just graduated from the Selma Police Academy. We have 2 others that we have hired, and they are currently being outfitted. One of them is already April certified, and the other one will be going to the academy next month. Tonight, I have Officer Robinson, Officer Moore, and Officer Ellis. And at this time, I will let them introduce themselves.
Hey, everybody, I'm Officer Robinson. I'm from a legal business, and this is my first full year. Hi, everyone. My name is Officer Moore. I'm originally from Selma. I was health education to go from the.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joseph Ellis. I'm a resident here at Selma. I'm currently a former employee of Blue Car Wash. But now I'm with the fire.
Before you leave, I want to just thank you for your willingness to serve in law enforcement this season. You're most certainly needed, and we fully support our public safety personnel. And so thank you, and thank you, Chief, the work that you all are doing, especially in recruiting and in solving the challenges that we're having in our community. Thank you so much.
Excellent. All right, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief. And welcome to the Selma family. All right. Now we'll move on. Are there any other announcements from any council members? Any other announcements? All right, we have another presentation during this announcement phase. At this time, we're going to ask Ms. Aika Jackson and Mr. Drew Glover to come forward and offer their announcement at this time.
Good evening, everybody. How are you all doing?
Good evening.
Thank you all so much, council, for allowing us to come before you all this evening, and thank you for your service to our community. We are really, really excited about partnering with the Alphas to continue the festivities and honoring Dr. King next year. Our youth are in crisis, and that means our community is in crisis. And so we have decided at the Selma Center for Nonviolent Truth and Reconciliation, I should have said, which I'm the director, to have an MLK Youth Day. And so we are working with Alphas to, after the parade, which ends at Riverside Park, to have Youth Day in Riverside Park. And so after speaking with President Young, we contacted the Parks and Recreation and the City Planning Department to talk about having the MLK Youth Day there. And so wanted to come before the council because you all are the leaders in our community to let you all know about this, but also to invite you in partnership as we move forward in this Youth Day. Our children, we really need to know that nonviolence is not doing nothing. And that's so often what they believe, what's been taught. It's just like, get hit on the side of the head, right? No, but nonviolence is actively, aggressively changing and transforming their communities. And so Youth Day is really, really about doing that. And so Drew is going to share more specifics about that, and we'll be here to answer any questions for you.
Thank you, Anita. Good evening, City Council, everyone in Selma. My name is Drew Glover. For those of you that I don't know yet, I am the new Senior Community Organizer and Development Officer over at the Selma Center for Nonviolence. So hopefully we'll see a lot more of each other. I just want to tell you a little bit about what's going to happen with Youth Day. The goals specifically. So we have some really clear goals that we're trying to accomplish. The primary one is to engage local youth with opportunities to engage with local organizations and find ways that they can plug into the community, be involved in positive activities, and find activities to take their time after school and or help them to develop their skill sets. Associated with that, we also have a focus on intergenerational connection. So people and youth learning and connecting with people from older generations and vice versa, and really bringing them together, connecting the past with the present. And then also offering, ultimately a free day of activities, free music, free admission, free food, and a bunch of opportunities to engage. There'll be drawings and different prizes that we're going to give away for people. And really, it's a great opportunity for the community, especially if you're curious about what's going on with the Selma Center for Nonviolence, what we're doing, current programs, to come and learn about some of those activities and find ways for your youth to plug in and be engaged. So it's a really exciting opportunity. And when I talk about organizations, some people, when I say that, sometimes just think like nonprofits that focus on very specific service work. But we want to invite organizations from all across the city that range in focus that could be interesting for youth. So that's either volunteer organizations, churches, nonprofits, city government, and other ways, environmental organizations, things that they can plug into after school programs, things with youth for intergenerational learning. So we really want people to be involved. So we invite you to come and join us, and thank you again for the opportunity to talk to you.
And I'll just add one other thing that we are doing this, of course, in partnership with Black Belt Community Foundation, with our Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation work. And every year we do National Day of Racial Healing, which you all have in the past adopted a resolution about, and so we really appreciate that. So that will be that Tuesday. Monday will be a day of service. And so it'll be 3 days of events that we'll be having. And so we will be sending you all information about all of that. But wanted to really, because this MLK Day Youth Day is new, really wanted to connect with you all about that as you connect with you all constituents, so that our youth can, we can just build these bridges as we try to build a beloved community. I don't know if there are any questions.
Any questions at this time, Council? Go ahead, Council Carmichael.
I apologize if I missed it. Is this going to be on the weekend before that day?
Yes, on January 15th. So on his birthday, but not on the day we observe. So the parade is that morning, and so as soon as the parade ends on January 15th, We'll start by giving away the free food, and then have the organization set up and we're asking organizations to have some kind of interactive activity with people, and we can help with ideas, or people can come with ideas for that, and we'll have entertainment as well for the young people as well. So it'll happen on January 15th, and I'm sorry, I did not actually say the Any other questions? So we're thinking it'll be around 11:30, but it literally sort of depends on what time the parade ends, because the parade will sort of overflow into youth day. And the parade starts at
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. And so we thought 11:30-ish, but it will sort of depend on how long the parade lasts. But we'll have food and food ready to go at 11:30. So we'll be ready for whenever people get there. Any other questions? And so we'll make sure that, you know, like our nonviolence cards are throughout the things. We have ways of engaging the young people in ways that that they would appreciate, that will be a part of it as well. And we are focusing, I should say, on middle school and high schoolers, but we'll have activities for all ages. So elementary as well, even though, and so that means organizations that focus on elementary, we welcome them as well. We do want to make sure that our teenagers are connected to organizations going forward. So all young people, and if you feel young at heart as well, everybody is invited in the community, even though we do have a targeted emphasis on making sure that our young people, our teenagers, have some things going forward, that they have a person that they're connected to, that they have an organization that they're connected to. Everybody has something. So we can't say there's nothing to do, right? There's a lot to do in Selma. Sometimes it's just that we're disconnected. So we're trying to help to connect.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much.
We appreciate it.
Okay,
Okay, Councilwoman James.
In connection with peace, students will be engaging in a peace rally on Thursday. All students will come outside and they will put a peace flag out in front of the school, and it will start around 1:30 or 2. So you probably want to come over and see that, and that's kind of.
And when is that?
It will be on Thursday.
This Thursday.
This Thursday.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And if anyone is doing, having volunteer activities on January 17th, we want to connect young people to volunteer on that Monday so that they be observed King's birthday. That Saturday we want to use to connect because it's a day on, not a day off. And many of our young people are supposed to have service hours to graduate, and sometimes they have a difficult time finding places. And so we want to use that Saturday to connect people. So you may not be used to focusing on youth, but you may have an opportunity just even on that Monday for them to do some service hours.
All right.
Thank you all so much.
All right, thank you. Everybody, we should be very excited about our MLK weekend for 2022. That was, I believe, the third activity that has been announced to this council for that particular weekend. We do know we do have that parade that's scheduled. The members of Alpha Alpha will be sponsoring that along with the Center for Nonviolence and Black Belt Community Foundation. The rally is right after the parade. That's an event that's scheduled with emphasis on the youth. And then don't forget, on that Monday, we have 100 students coming from Auburn University to clean up Selma, to help with a big cleanup campaign. So far, we've had those 3 announced activities, and I expect to hear an announcement from some other groups that are having activities during MLK Day weekend 2022. So it's going to be an exciting time and an appropriate reflection of Dr. King's legacy and life. So let's look forward to MLK Day weekend 2022. And thank you again, Center for Nonviolence, for all that you do. All right.
President.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
I just want to remind them, yeah, it was the mayor had made that announcement during the work session, but, Reverend Bolden, called me, to make sure that, everybody has his, 21st anniversary stop the violence drive, will be that Monday, January 17th, 2022. And everybody knows, when it comes to stop the violence, we play a big part in that in our community. And also, he would like for each council has this, at their station to look at it, and I hope that our secretary will get a discretionary form and put this and pass it around.
So that's 4 activities that have been announced so far for MLK in 2022. Please, 5, okay?
Report on that weekend also.
Okay, so we have 5 announced activities. So stay here in Selma for MLK weekend 2022, because you will have a lot to do staying here. Thank you so much. At this time, we'll move on to citizens' concerns, but we don't have any citizens on our agenda, so we'll move to our next item, which is the mayor's report and then the attorney's report.
Right, good evening again. Want to, I actually will start with an announcement, since we were in the announcing spirit. Councilman Johnson, deferred to me, I'd like to defer to him, on the announcement for the holiday, lunch that is being co-sponsored by several folks, and so just defer to you, Councilman.
Again, I just want to give a reminder on the 17th this month, that starting at 11 o'clock, more, I think 2 o'clock at the George Evans Building. All city employees will have a free lunch and dinner for them. We have got 1 or 2 sponsors to help us with this here. We don't want to call any names at this moment, but we will acknowledge all the sponsors that help us with the meal here. And Mayor, I want to thank you also for what you've been doing, even helping with the sponsor with. But anyway, I just want all employees to remember on the 17th, I don't know how we organize or public safety, public work, who's going first. I think it started at 11 o'clock in Evansville, and I'm so happy to see you trying to get back to the workers, but y'all have done so much and you've been on the page for so much what y'all have been doing. But I just want to say thank y'all for what y'all do, and we just want to provide y'all with something that you know that we appreciate it, along with the other things that the city council can provide for y'all. We voted on as well. But man, that's what we move forward.
Thank you. There are sponsors as this matures, if anyone else would like to participate as a sponsor, just let us know. We're looking forward, and I want to, on behalf of the employees, say thank you, Councilman, for initiating this effort. Mr. Snow, congratulations on the day. The officers are gone. I already spoke to them. Okay. Ray Hogg is virtual this evening, and would ask that he would speak to item 1, procure in place lining of storm drainage pipes on Lauderdale Street. Ray, would you at this time speak to this project?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Thursday night last week, I presented a letter to y'all, to the council. The bids came in. The low bidder was Suncoast Infrastructure, $162,016. That is $14,616 above what was budgeted. So when my letter, you should have a copy of this, my letter to Mayor Perkins dated July 16th, 21, showed a total cost of $166,560. Now that number is revised to $181,176. That includes construction and engineering and inspection. And it's our recommendation that the council approve this. Approve the low bid. Let me make that clear.
Discussed in the session, we are simply having to make up the difference, and that's inflation cost and COVID condition costs associated with that.
Yes, if there's any discussion on the recommendation? Did we determine where it was gonna be paid out of? Is that?
I think we'd like to, if it's appropriate, go ahead and approve to make that the total payment of 181, whatever it was, out of the relief funds, with the understanding if, the consultant comes back and says this doesn't qualify, then we'll reverse that. But I'm thinking it will be an approved expenditure.
Okay.
So I would like to make a motion to approve the project total payment of the 181, 157, whatever it is.
Can we get an amount on that?
Total right amount.
That total amount?
The total amount of the project is $162,016.
Okay.
Well, excuse me, that's the Mayor, that's the low bid. I think what Councilman Harville was saying, the total amount, 181,176.
Right.
All right, and so it's been moved by Councilman Harville that we approve the recommendation to take in the current in place line of storm drainage pipe on Lauderdale Street with a payment in the amount of $181,176 with payment to be taken from our American Rescue Plan funds pending a final approval from our consultant that is proper. If not, we will come back and put the correct line item in pending approval from the consultant. Is there a second? All right, it's been moved and properly seconded that we agree with the recommendation for the lining of storm drainage pipe on Lauderdale Street, the amount of $181,176 with pending approval from our consultant to be paid from American Rescue Plan funds. Are we ready for the question? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
President Young?
Yes.
Councilman Harville?
Yes.
Councilwoman Christie Thomas?
Yes.
Councilman Carmichael?
Yes.
Councilwoman James? Yes. Councilman Randolph?
Yes.
Councilman Jemison?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jamie Thomas?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you, council. Item 2 on my agenda is the DMSS invoice, which was approved in the consent agenda. Thank you. Item 3, authorization to accept the grant award for the Alabama Historical Commission for the FY22 Historic Site Grant. That was approved in the consent agenda. That grant award, $15,500. Item 4, authorization to accept grant award for the Alabama State Council on the Arts, the Selma Arts History Community Bureau Project. That was in the consent agenda. Thank you. Now that grant bringing it to $7,800. The authorization to apply for the T-Mobile hometown grant was approved in the consent agenda. So we move forward with that application. Authorization to accept the grant award for the Alabama Historical Commission FY21 Certified Local Government Grant was approved in the consent agenda for the amount of $1,530. Thank you, council. I'm going to ask Planning Development Director Danielle Wilton if she can come forward to speak to item 7 in the agenda, which is the Selma Historic Development Commission annual report. You don't have a copy, I do.
Good evening, council.
Good evening.
Good evening. This is Selma. Okay, what you have before you, is the annual report from the Selma Historic Development Commission. It outlines, you all have a copy of it. Okay. It outlines, the purpose of the report, the purpose of the commission. It gives you the current members, their names, so when their term expires. Of course, they are staggered. Thank you guys for approving that earlier this year. It lists the meetings that have been held throughout last fiscal year from October 1, 2020 to September 16, 2021. It also identifies the attendance of members as of right now. Since July, when our historic presentation coordinator came on board, you can see the attendance of each member from July 2021 to September 2021. And then it gives you guys the number of certificates of appropriateness that have been approved, which is 9, the number denied, which is 1, and the number withdrawn, which is 0. The number of expedited requests have been 3. It also gives you guys an update regarding the website. As you know, the Selma Historic Development Commission did launch their website, selmahdc.org. You guys can find that online. It has all the information about the members, the meeting agenda, the meeting minutes, as well as the process for submitting certificates of appropriateness. And the public can also find those COAs, that application online as well. It also lists for you guys the training that each member has received so far. And you have that in your packet. I'm not going to go through that. The items that I will go over really briefly are the challenges and some recommendations. Training and education for members. The Selma Historic Development Commission would benefit from additional training and strategic planning, which they are actively doing. Our new members have had 3 opportunities to receive training since July. So that's really good. We're going to continue that path. As far as strategic planning, their next meeting is this Thursday. It will not be a meeting where they will hear COAs because they are going to begin planning for the upcoming year. And so they're holding that meeting and it will be advertised. I think Rachel's already done that. But they are having their planning meeting and their planning session, which is still open to the public, so you guys can participate. But they're doing that this Thursday at the Selma Public Library, and that meeting begins at 4 o'clock. Right now, we don't have a historic district monitor to assist code enforcement with making those reports when we see violations in the community. I think at one point the city did have a monitor. And currently we don't have one, so that is one recommendation from the commission is to maybe look into hiring someone part-time to be a monitor to help report those violations to code enforcement. Another recommendation of the members, if you guys look at the attendance record, you will see that we're having some challenges with a few members' attendance records, and so that's something that we will need to look at in the upcoming year. And the last item, as far as challenges from the commission, is that they feel that we need more monitoring for roof neglect and decay, and only because you cannot readily see roof decay, that in turn trickles down and causes structural damage and can impact the integrity of some of our historic structures. So they would recommend that we maybe get some drone or aerial photography done to assist with monitoring the condition of roofs in the historic district. And that concludes the report. If you guys have any questions, I'll take those at this time.
I don't have any questions, but I just want to comment. Much appreciated to have a report of that caliber presented to us from this commission. So thanks to you and to everyone in the commission for preparing that report for us. It helps us see what's going on. So thank you.
You're absolutely welcome. That will be our commission members who are working hard. They're actively meeting every 2 weeks, as well as Ms. Rachel Metcalf, our preservation development coordinator. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Council, thank you, Danielle, all the work that's been done. Commission, thank you to those citizens who accepted the call to serve on the commission, because it is a commitment of time. And we appreciate them being willing to do that. The budgeting item is the next item. Let's make a little sausage. Council, you know, we've got to fix this. I'd be negligent if I did not speak something about this into the record. We really need to address this issue. We are going through the transition of leadership in the treasurer's office. At this point, we've not gotten past the issues. In fact, I know the council has received documentation from the interim treasurer about the bullet items and the issues we believe that are of concern. We just need to address it so that we can have a balanced budget to go into the system. And so it is my hope that the council will move forward with this, because it's really putting concern in an awkward place. It's a challenge. Can you try to keep up with the finances without having the budget load? So I need to know your time.
Right, Council, go ahead, Council Cormac.
So what we passed was balance. And I understand that y'all changed the revenue line item, but typically when, if I'm not mistaken, if we have a revenue shortfall, then surplus makes that revenue shortfall. Is that right? Or do we need to put a line item for surplus from last year's budget? Last year, we budgeted for 1.4 million for that line item for FEMA. And we only paid out just a hair over $1 million. So we should have almost $400,000 surplus in that line item for fiscal year 2021. And we could balance it over to that revenue. And make the balance, the budget balance. But again, what we passed was balance. But what y'all are saying is that we're gonna have a shortfall, a revenue shortfall. And that's not out of ordinary to have a revenue shortfall.
Well, I don't think GAP is going to allow us to carry forward a previous account balance into the next fiscal year. In addition to that, when the process of loading the data initiated was determined at that time, the error that was in the budget, that line item revenue. And we made some decisions to correct it, to fix it so that we would have a good budget to work from. And the recommendations, the things that we did was to show the correct or the accurate amount that would be collected and then provide a conservative projection on that. And in addition to that, I asked all of the department heads to reduce their general government expenditures by 2% across the board, thereby bringing the budget into balance. So it's not that it was done without the departments making the sacrifice to get it done. They did. And then when that was done, we also came back and said, now that we have these numbers here and this is working, this looks like something that really they can manage. At that point, we said, well, let's go ahead and see if we can get that approved and then come back with and then go ahead and show the recommendations on how the things that were taken out of the equipment that was needed, the departments to do the work on. We could then show you how that could actually be included. And so it was not an attempt, I mean, and I think if you, at the end of the day, council, we all paying EMSS $120 an hour to give us some counsel and some advice on how to proceed. That was their recommendation, as well as how we should proceed. I thought it was good counsel, good advice.
Councilwoman Jane Thomas.
I want to put a recommendation on the floor, Mr. President. I think what we need to do to amend, we need to, continue with the previous budget that was presented by the mayor. Budget that he presented when he first came in of the year of 2021. The budget that the council voted on, I would like to continue with that budget and we work along as what we need to be added into, amended into that budget. Instead of, since we need a budget to function off, to run this city off, I would like to continue with the 2020 budget and amend as we go along until we decide what we're gonna need to put into the budget.
The only thing I would say is we currently have an approved budget. I mean, we already approved the budget. If the concern is the shortfall from the FEMA reimbursement, the simplest way to make sure that's not an issue is to simply add the American Rescue Funds to the budget. And then when we meet on, I'm gonna try to meet on Wednesday the 29th, we're gonna have a 32-hour finance meeting. We're gonna go through all this stuff. Go ahead.
But you're saying add to American Rescue Fund into the budget.
Right.
It was said that the American Rescue Fund is supposed to be in a separate account. And it is supposed to have its own account number. And as of the equipment, the things that we need, I thought that was the purpose of us hiring Mr. Williams to make sure that we use the American Rescue Fund the way it's supposed to be.
You're right, but there's a difference in including the revenue in the budget and setting up a different account for the funds.
Yes, but by law, Mr. Harvey, I'm not being rude or nothing, but by law, it was required to us that we have that money in a separate account.
Correct.
Different account number. And, okay, let me finish. I didn't get to my end. And it was said that, we have to be specific. Guideline how we are to use this fund. There's a lot of paperwork and a lot of things go back behind using this money. I know you want to do that, but we did pass a budget by federal law saying October 1st. We're supposed to have a budget in the system. And from what I'm looking at, it's the same way we were back in the last administration, where we did not have our budget to operate on. And we're at the same point where we voted. This body of the council took time and went through the budget process. And then now we back at the same, once the council voted for a budget to be put in the system, which we brought BMSS in as an interim treasurer.
Okay, all right.
Mr. President, this is one of these things where I'm listening to two people who are right. And making an issue. It's true. Councilman Thomas is right that the monies has to be kept separate. That's another way of saying that the American Rescue Plan funds are restricted funds. And that's
absolutely right. What Councilman Harville is saying, when he says added to the budget, he's not saying take the restricted funds and put them in the general fund. He's saying take that restricted line item, just as we do with the AmeriCorps program, which is a restricted fund, and include it in the totals. You include it as a restricted line item in the budget, include it in the totals to give you the additional revenue. And so both of you are absolutely correct in what you're saying.
Okay, thank you, man. Councilman Carmichael?
Councilor Marvel, said, I just want to make sure, because we've voted on using American Rescue Funds tonight, and we don't have a policy in place on how to use American Rescue Funds, and that is necessary.
Right.
So, but by us putting them in the budget, that doesn't mean we start spending American Rescue Funds. We still got to follow the procedures that the state and the feds have laid out for us.
Correct.
And I just want to make sure that we're clear on that, when we make this vote.
Let me just, I think we're starting to reach a point of agreement, just to be sure, anytime that we vote to spend this American Rescue Plan money, there has to be a vote on that before the council. So no money from, if this council votes to put that amount into the budget to make it balanced so the budget can be entered in, then know that the only way those funds can be spent is if a vote comes before the council, if the proper resolution is presented to the council, and also that we receive approval that the expense can be made from American Rescue Plan Fund. That's why we got the consultant, to go back and make sure that it's lawful for the use that we're requesting. So let's be very clear, if that's where we're going. What I'm understanding right now is we're just trying to get this budget entered into the system. And in order to get it entered into the system, we need to have a balanced budget place. So we're not going back and voting on a brand new budget. We're just voting to add this American Rescue Plan funds to create a balanced budget. For the budget that this council voted on a couple months ago now, September, I think. That's the budget, but we're just putting this money back into. And then we'll come back and go through each one of those expenses that we plan on using for American Rescue Plan. Is that the understanding everybody's getting? I just want to make sure I'm on the same page with everybody. Okay.
That is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Thomas.
I understand, now everybody know how I am when I go by the book. I go by the book according to the municipality law. And my baby says here that as the legislative branch that we still up to, I go directly to our book's word in the book. And what I'm hearing you guys say, that in order to have this balanced budget, y'all want to put this budget in there, in this system, we're adding on the American Rescue Plan, even though we're not using it. And Ms. President, I'm just being honest with you, and I just don't believe that our budget should be operated like this, because we're elected. And here is December, and now we're going back, saying that we're going to put the American Rescue Plan into a budget, just to get the budget in there, and then we're gonna go back and work our way through what we need.
Go specific extent, yes, sir.
Well, you're the president, but we're the council, we're over the finance, we're making the decision. What I'm saying is, deep down inside, I don't feel comfortable with it, but if you're the president and you're saying that you're going to do it, which has never been done, really don't feel comfortable, whatever we got to do to get our city road, budget increase.
I'm just one vote, but thank you for the compliment.
Well, I'm just saying, because no, citizens must take this serious, because this is our meeting. This is the legislative body council meeting. This is where we handle our business and our finance.
Okay.
And my thing is this here, as me as a representative sitting up here, and I know what's right and what's not right. I just don't feel comfortable playing a game with it.
Yes, ma'am, understood, yes, ma'am. So, let's be clear, we're not changing the budget that we voted on. We're just placing this income in the budget from the American Rescue Plan Fund. That's all we're doing with this vote. So the vote that we took September 23rd, whatever that was, when we vote on the budget, that budget it will be in place. It will be in the system, which is, I think, something all of us want at this point. So is there a motion? All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Harville and properly seconded by Councilman Randolph to make a line item of adjustment to include the American Rescue Plan funds in our budget that was approved in September of 2021. And also as a note that only expenses can be approved from the American Rescue Plan funds must come before the council and also must be approved as determined by our consultant. Are we ready for the question? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
President Young,
Yes.
Councilman Harville,
Yes.
Councilwoman Christie Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Carmichael,
Yes.
Councilwoman James,
Yes.
Councilman Randolph,
Yes.
Councilman Jimmison,
Yes.
Councilwoman Janie Thomas,
Understanding that we will follow the procedure that the president said that we will just go, we will put that in the budget to put it in the system. And we will follow the procedure how we do the American Rescue. And my vote is yes. And the minutes put in the record.
Councilman Johnson.
I'm gonna have to abstain because I did not vote for it.
All right, Madam Clerk, can you read out the results of the vote?
8 affirmative and 1 abstention.
All right, thank you.
May I have a follow-up comment?
Yes, sir.
The intent of the next finance committee meeting, and I'll take a volunteer. I don't know Mr. Scott, but anybody volunteer to ask Mr. Scott, contact him and ask him if he is available on Wednesday, December the 29th, at 6 o'clock.
Between myself and the Councilman James will get that.
So I think what we want to do is we want to bring him into that meeting. We want to discuss what start the process for setting up policy and procedure to spend the American Rescue Funds. We also want to address the suggested changes that came from the temporary treasurer and Mayor Perkins and the department head. So everything that they presented to us, we got to work through all this stuff. They're all legitimate requests, they're all legitimate, suggestions. So we're just trying to work through them. We're trying to work with it.
And it is our hope now that the budget that was approved in September 2021 can be immediately entered into the system so that we now can operate appropriately. Because there have been some people waiting on those changes that were made in the budget. So hopefully that can be entered immediately. Go ahead, Councilwoman Thomas.
And I hope that, our chairperson, you sure was the head of the finance committee. And we just speaking, we spent a lot of money bringing in BMSS to take care of our issues. And now we're at a point now that we are going back and we're gonna have to work to get this city on where we need at. And I hope that, that this works because we need to have our function of our finance.
Right, thank you. Merry Christmas on that. Yes, sir.
In the future, with the last mayor, can we allow this mayor to present us with a budget first? The practice is normal, the mayor present us with a budget and allow us to look over, he get with his department heads and find out what needs to be done and present us with a budget. We look at it and we'll chop it down, what we need to do from there. But you never present a budget. So
Yes.
We disagree on that. And the staff, can I get an amen? He did not present the budget.
And I said,
We didn't do it.
hold on, Mr. President. For that reason, Ms. Dawn was sitting right there. And I asked Ms. Dawn, once she gets a hard copy of the budget, that the mayor
I want a hard copy. I never got a hard copy yet. So that's a copy from the mayor's office, and she stopped right there when I asked her for a hard copy, but I never received it. So that's what I was saying, that we never received it. All right, thank you, Councilman Johnson. Appreciate that. We have other items we work on. Your comment is duly noted. Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor.
All right, we're making sausage now. I love it. The city-wide camera system. And I was just seeking an 8-man corner from the attorney on the statements that I'm going to make about this. My first statement would be, we have verified, determined and verified that if we proceed with a solution where the city has to purchase or lease equipment for this system, we would have to go into the bid process for it. That has been established, verified. The second, is that?
That's correct. That's correct.
The second point I would make is in a review of the 2 contracts that we received. One of the contracts is to purchase equipment, and the other contract is to purchase service with no acquisition or lease of equipment. By state law, if we're not purchasing equipment, if we're only purchasing service, then there is no requirement to bid that contract. Now, if we want to move forward immediately with the camera solution, then the only way we can move forward immediately is by going with the service contract. If we want to defer and put the solution out for bid, then we need to start with the development of an RFP and put it out for solicitation. Those are our options. And so, council, my recommendation, because we have been beating this around, my position has not changed. I'm convinced that the solution that has been offered to us as a service agreement is a viable solution for our community. And it does not have to be bid according to my understanding. And so I would recommend that we do that. If the council says no, we're not going to do that, that's how you'll go. We're gonna bid this out, and then we have to bid it out. But we'll go through the process. But that's what.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Anybody want to speak to this? Go ahead, Councilman Carmichael.
So you're saying that services are exempt from public works and volunteer?
Not services, a professional services contract.
Professional services contract.
All right, not all services, no.
This is considered professional services.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanna make sure I understand completely and explicitly what the city attorney is doing. It is my understanding that what you're saying is that if we lease cameras from Alabama Power, that is a service agreement and it is meant for anything. Is that what you're saying?
That is not what I said.
And that's not what I would agree to, because it's not a lease that we're talking about. We're talking about professional services contracts.
Okay, now, let me say something before we go too far into the weeds in this. Okay. This is the first that we are hearing that the bid law will be triggered by the contract. There's also we haven't been given anything in writing from an opinion from the agent's office or whomever. So we haven't given anything other than just the verbal right now. So I think I mentioned earlier that this item does lie in the Public Safety Committee. And the reason I feel even more moved and compelled to place it in, to keep it in public safety right now, so that we can flush this out, so that you can present us something that you have in writing or something, or another source, we may see an attorney's opinion, whatever, because we're talking about spending a good deal of money. And we're also talking about making sure that we don't do anything that will legally place us in any type of jeopardy or the city.
If I may, Mr. President and Mayor, let me elaborate for 1.5 minutes on
Go ahead with your 1.5
the purpose of bidding and the reason and rationale for bidding, especially for a contract denominated a safety contract. There is statute, and I will get this in writing, statute, and by the way, the statute was presented to me by an attorney of the League of Municipalities. It was not my initial conclusion. It was after discussion with Rob Johnston at the League of Municipalities that it was pointed out to me that the statute in the case of a public safety or a safety contract states that the Alabama Department of Homeland Security has to be notified concerning any contract denominated one for safety purposes, so that they can vet the contract separate and apart from a municipality or a county, making that determination on their own. If the contract is so deemed by the Alabama Department of Homeland Security to be indeed a security contract, then it still has to be bid out. The other proviso, however, is that once the notice is published, there is only a general recitation as to the criterion for the bidding, so that the specifications and the intricacies of why this is a security contract will not be revealed to the public, but it must still be bid.
Gotcha. All right, well, I think we need to have a public safety committee meeting very soon, which we will.
And I'll be glad to show up there and get you the statute in advance of the meeting.
That would be awesome. And we can have an opportunity to flush this out and try to get cameras to our city as soon as possible. Yes, ma'am.
I've been following the same trail you've been on. And also that I compared to selected reading on our 2020 selected reading, telling us about the bidding out, the process of what you were talking about according to the safety. And also it says something else too. That's meaning that I thought that maybe suggested what they said, because the computation in with this getting counted and according to the way the bid law is, and is a one that you can exempt or go around the bid law. It's based on, so I felt like that we were discussing, I felt the same thing you did. And I felt like that it's tricky. And to make sure that we are not getting in any trouble with this, doing it, I'm with them recommendation that we do seek some other to make sure that we do it.
All right, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Progress.
Progress. Yes.
Development. 1 minute. The garbage re-engineering, I decided to refer that to the city attorney because our contract and ordinance, and I defer to him to have that discussion, to call for that. In terms of the purchase of the dirt pit, I'm removing that from the agenda for this evening, not to be discussed until we are done further due diligence on that. And that takes me to the fire chief point. I'd like to get clarification as to where we are with that process.
The committee has met, I've been notified that the committee has met, and they're gonna present us, their recommendation, and we're gonna do it at our public safety committee meeting. They're gonna present their recommendation, that they have met, and once, whatever their recommendation, Mayor, then you'll have your right to do, you know, as you so see fit. Whether interview and whether, your conversations.
I would like to have that conversation, but prior to having the conversation, I am requesting from that interview committee their evaluations, whatever rubric they use. I would like to see each individual report, so as to determine how they perceive the candidates in the interview. So, thank you, Councilwoman. So I look forward to receiving that and then have the opportunity to talk to the candidates. The one-time pay increase. Y'all can go ahead and start applauding, because our treasurers come on board and get a home run. We've actually figured out where we could find the resources to provide that one-time pay increase for both part-time and full-time employees, with part-time employees receiving $250 and full-time $500. And so you all can go ahead and shout now. And so in your package, you have a draft resolution. And you also have a request to adjust the budget line items, but we had to identify a source. I did have to negotiate with Chief Fuller, and I want to go public with what I committed so that no one would misunderstand the commitment that was made. He has, was it 12 slots, Chief, in his budget, and was it 14 slots in his budget, 2 full-time and 2 part-time. And he agreed to, he is confident that he will recruit 10 officers this year. And so he was willing to compromise and give that $123,000 that was needed for this purpose. In the event he is able to exceed his 10, we will come back and come back with another appropriation to add the additional office. And so I just wanted to make that, but that gives us several months to operate to determine whether or not he will be able to make that. So I wanted to publicly acknowledge that, put that in the record so that everyone will understand what I'm asking to vote on. So I'm asking for favorable consideration on the request to adjust the budget line item and on the resolution. And we will have to get the resolution number. I don't have one on my draft.
All right, let's go to Councilman Randolph, and then Councilman Thomas, I hear you now. So Councilman Randolph.
Yes, Mayor.
Yes.
I hope when we check on that one-time pay rate, but you put it in with the tax.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Treasurer, respond. Yeah, she's gonna respond, she'll tell you. Go ahead.
Unfortunately, that can't be done, it's still earned income, so it's still subject to some tax, other taxes.
Yeah, I know.
But you can't do that.
But he had asked and answered.
All right, Councilwoman Thomas.
It's in his report.
If I hear you right now, what you just said, did you say that the funds that we're going to pay the bonuses, that it comes from Chief Booker's, slots that he has available now?
Yes, ma'am. What I said was, if we want me to repeat it,
No, I want, because I'm gonna ask you a question.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I need to. We did not have, the money couldn't come out of our appropriate account to pay for that.
Unappropriated.
Yeah,
No, ma'am,
unappropriated.
no, ma'am, you don't have an unappropriated amount even in the budget that we passed equal to this amount.
What happened?
Nothing happened. We didn't have 123,000 in that unappropriated. Is it like 62,000 or something?
So that's what I was saying at the time, we was trying to keep up with it. And that was the only count, that was the only place that we could get our funds. We couldn't pay them out of the general funds.
This is the general fund, it's just a line item.
But we take it, my question is, I'm looking at it as, of what I look at on the paper.
I anticipated your question.
So now we use your money, and then in the fruit of those 10 spots that you have available. So you're not gonna be still recruiting?
No, ma'am, he has 14 slots. He's comfortable that he will recruit at least 10 in this year. It's questionable whether he can get 11, 12, 13, and 14. And so what he's willing to do is to share a portion of his budget for the whole, to get this one-time on the raise, with the provision that if he gets to 10, if he gets 10 in July and August, he gets 2 or 3 more, that we're gonna come back and make some adjustments to get those.
Well, that's what I'm just gonna say, so if you do it, you're gonna have to come back.
We'll come back and
amend
exactly.
and ask for more.
Exactly.
Okay.
This will not prevent our recruitment efforts.
It will not stop the recruitment.
Okay, we'll just be very clear. And let me get this straight. So we're going to if we vote, we will be voting to do a budget line item adjustment transfer. We will transfer from account number 16100-5152-100 to account number 1.6599022. And that transfer amount will be amount $123,960.84. Am I correct in that?
Yes, sir. The resolution number will be R130.
R130. Okay. Go ahead, Councilman Thomas.
Can we get, since we have our treasurer here, can we get a printout can you get us a printout to, on our appropriate account, how we will spend funding out there up to the point that we had?
Let me get that information.
No, that's not, we're not talking about the actual, we're talking about what was actually budgeted. So it's not the actual that I'm talking about that was 62. It's not that number has been reduced, because your budget has not been amended as it was drafted, and that's what you asked about.
Okay. So, okay, can we, or that is a question that we can handle, but let's go ahead and handle this item before us and come back to that later. So, council, we have before us a recommendation for resolution R130-21/22, resolution to pay part-time and full full-time employees of the city of Selma a one-time pay increase for the December 23rd, 2021 pay date. And also to approve a budget transfer amount of $123,963.84, with the transfer to come from account 1.6100.52.100 to account number 1.6000.59022. Is there a motion for approval of said recommendation?
So, Mr. President.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, please allow the minister to reflect that it was moved that the prior said motion was moved by Councilman Randolph and properly seconded by Councilman Jennison. Are we ready for the question? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
President Young.
Yes.
Councilman Harville.
Yes.
Councilwoman Christie Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Carmichael.
Yes.
Councilwoman James.
Yes.
Councilman Randolph.
Yes.
Councilman Jemison.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jamie Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes. Thank you. Will you please read back the results of said vote, Madam Clerk?
9 affirmative.
Thank you, Council, for your votes. Councilwoman Thomas, your question that you raised, when we do have our finance committee, I think that would be a great time to get into that even more.
I know, but this is council, and this council meeting is about. And my question is to, I have one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
And my question is to our finance, do we still have the young man working with us with BM and Tech?
Secure,
Yeah.
I don't know that, is he still?
Yes, yes, he was, I think, scheduled to be with us to facilitate the transition through December.
Okay, well, can we have him, and I got some questions I need to ask on, based on some of my, paperwork that we will receive from him, and I really need.
We'll put in the proper request to have him.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's him and we're gonna invite both.
Okay.
And the mayor.
Yes, so Ms. Ellison, if you could formulate that and send that to the mayor, that would be appreciated.
And he had stated that, his manager will be on.
Yeah, it's Stephen Long.
He did indicate that.
So when we finalize the date, we'll get that, make that proper.
And also he'll be here for, tell us about that personnel finance, policy we're trying to put in place. Oh, thank you.
All that's in the time.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. All right, Mr. Mayor.
Since you mentioned the personnel issue, just as an update, one of the questions that was asked was to come up with a matrix showing the impact, the financial impact of implementing the pay plan. The personnel office is about completed that assessment, and so in the finance committee, put that on the agenda. We'll also cover that as well. Ready?
Okay.
Got that? Okay, good. My final item, and that's really, it surfaced today, and it has to do with a purchase order for a 544 tractor. Mr. Hicks is available for questions to discuss this. Mr. Hicks, if you would come forward with this.
The mayor, council president, council members, we have a 544 front end loader that's needed in the pit to load our dirt to bring to the landfill. And the rear seals and the brake pads went out on it, and they had to do some adjustments to it. And it's $5,897.94. And I need to move a piece of equipment that's up there that I need desperately back down here in town, the excavator, to start cleaning out ditches. So I'm asking for your favorable position and allow me to take this money to get this piece of equipment fixed. Ma'am?
Coming out of the work line.
This man coming out of the budget. Public works budget. Out of public works budget.
Okay.
It's got the account number on here, that is coming out of, the account number ending in 510%.
Yes, sir. No, I'm waiting on y'all.
All right, council, we have, our council, we have before us a purchase order in the amount of $5,897.94, with the account number ending in 51037, for materials and labor needed for repairs, for repair mentioned by our Mr. Hicks. Is there a motion to approve payment of certain purchase orders? All right, is there a second? Okay, so, all right, we're gonna say Councilman Johnson made the motion, and I think Councilwoman James was the mayor with the second. All right, are we ready for the question? All right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
President Young.
Yes.
Councilman Harville.
Yes.
Councilwoman Christie Thomas. Yes. Councilman Carmichael.
Yes.
Councilwoman James. Yes. Councilman Randolph.
Yes.
Councilman Jemison.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jamie Thomas.
No, it's just today, you know, we just.
It was an emergency that happened today.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
And is it, we're not for the, $897.94, or 95 cents, I would have gone and got it done, but it's over $5,000.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes.
We've gone from that in the hall to crying inside. I think we, and it's snowed pretty good.
All right, all right.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Prosperous and safe holiday season. And just in case I haven't told you this year, let me just say right now, I love you.
We love you too, man.
Each and every one of you. God bless you.
Bless you. Councilman Randolph.
I had, community. We trying to make the budget for $25,000. Could this one come out in the spring? Could she explain that for you, man? This money that we come out, man,
You want me to discuss kind of what we're talking about in the community?
no, just talk about
The grant program? Yes, sir. In the community development committee meeting, I presented to the committee what I had presented to the tourism roundtable, working with that group of community members. And it's basically what we proposed and what we proposed in our planning and development budget that came before you guys with $25,000 line item under the tourism budget, the 3 funds, which is not the general fund. The $25,000 to do mini grants, so that would be 5 mini grants for this fiscal year to promote our tourism industry. So we would have a process that's already kind of outlined. We did some research into what other communities and other cities are doing, how they're structuring the process of applying for those grants, the compliance piece, as well as the award piece. And so it would just be where we would give outfitters, they would apply and give us their proposal, and we would award them a $5,000 mini grant. And some of the examples are, you know, with the water, like let's say with the Alabama River. If we had an outfitter that said, that brought us a proposal that said I was going to rent out catalogs, and we would give them a $5,000 fee, and they would give us their receipts for what they spent the money on for eligible items. And that would create those activities on the river. Or if we had a tourism outfitter that said, I wanted to purchase a pedal taxi to give tours around the city, then we would give them a $5,000 grant and seed money, and they would have to give us their receipts and do a report showing what they spent the items on. So that would just give us a jump start giving out those mini grants to support our tourism industry and promote our tourism industry. And the eligible items are retail, tourism, hospitality, restaurant. And so those would be eligible items that individuals in the community could submit for those grants, and we would award those to them.
Okay, this is a matter of new business, actually.
Yeah.
And so can we take this under new business so we can get some of these other things? Let's take it under new business since it is a new business.
And then we need our attorney input for that.
Okay, so we can discuss it further. So let's take this under new business. All right, attorneys report. Keep going.
You may not know, but several years we had about Jim Fair, brand new bicycle for the tourism.
Yes, sir.
Did they still?
They are.
Okay. Can you start?
Well, so what we have planned, I did speak with, when I first got forward and reviewing currently what was set up in our office, I had conversations with Mr. Thompson. The bikes are still here. I won't say what location they're at, but they are still here. And I think the reason that that program never got off the ground was a matter of the transaction, how the transaction needed to occur, as well as how to track the equipment. And so from my understanding, those are the two major hurdles. I feel like we can resolve those and move forward. It just hasn't been as high on our priority list, so we haven't gotten to it yet. But we do still have those bikes. There was a program designed for those bikes. And so I think eventually we will be able to move forward with that program.
Just one comment. I see them, and they go to work. Decide to have a volunteer day to fix those up, let me know.
Okay.
I'll fix it.
Yes. Any other questions for Ms. Wu?
I have a question for Vice.
Okay, yes, ma'am, go ahead.
When we come back next year, can we have time in the
We actually already do have times in this place on how long a speaker is to speak and how long we're to take actions up. We actually already got it. We just don't always go by.
Please start on, Ms. Rowland. I believe we got.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Our attorney, can someone locate our attorney for us? Oh, there he is. Very good. All right, Attorney Massey, your report, please, sir.
Thank you, President Young, council members, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. In the today, 1 year ago, I wasn't sure how long I was going to be alive. Thanks to some medical expert advice in my own family, my niece and a daughter, a doctor who listened to my niece and daughter, and a wife who wasn't sure I was going to be alive either. I'm here today to speak to all of you, and I'm thankful to God for this time. The items in my report from December 9th work session, I'll start off with the Buckeye Avenue renaming. What I would like to ask the council to do is to recall the mention of the application process that I brought to you on Thursday night, which involves a canvassing of the street where the renaming is sought to be done. The individual asking my office and this council to consider renaming Buckeye Avenue did her own canvassing, but the application process calls for a canvassing by city employees, and it calls for that canvassing on 2 different dates. Correction, 2 different days of the week. any weekday and one Saturday. So I've already spoken to the mayor about this. I want to ask the council to approve the mayor's moving forward with naming one or two. I think we ought to have probably at least two individuals, because that Buckeye is a very short street. Those of you who know what Buckeye is. And I believe that that's not only the case, but because of safety reasons, I would like for at least two people to go out there. I'm going to ask the mayor and the council permission to do that. But two people to go out there one day this weekend, this Saturday. Here's the reason why. Ms. Sheila Evans has been waiting for almost a year to have this done. It's not her fault. It is not her fault. If anything, I'll accept some of the blame. Notice I say some, because when I got involved, this was about 4 to 6 or 7 months ago. What I've done over that time is I've learned a lot about the Alabama Memorials Act. I've learned a lot about our own application process. I even submitted an application process to this council, thanks to Councilman Carmichael, which I thought was a good one. I would like you to consider that at some other time in the future, not tonight. It's a 1-page application process, I believe 1.5 pages. I think it'll suffice in the future. The most important thing is the Memorials Act has to be satisfied before we put anything into progress with renaming any public property, not just a street, buildings, statues, streets, any public property. I'm going to ask the council tonight to approve two or some individuals, one or some individuals, to go out and do the canvassing this week. And I would like, because Ms. Evans is asking to try to do this right away, I would like permission from the council to go ahead with having that done and your approval to proceed with the ordering of the street renaming sign, because I think we just that close as we can. And the applicant has to pay for that too.
Okay, so let me understand here. So you're requesting that we vote to approve these 2 or 3 individuals to serve.
We don't need 3, it's a short street.
You said 2.
2. I said 2 for safety reasons.
2 for, I mean,
So those individuals will have someone looking out for each other.
okay, those 2 individuals to survey, and then you're asking that pending positive affirmative results from that survey, that this council approve the street renaming.
And I'm saying that Ms. Evans has already done the canvassing, which is now officially capable of being brought to the council, but she's already done it, and I expect nobody to object.
Okay, okay. Well, we'll just put the language in there to just make sure that pending the results of the survey.
Yes, yes.
We will approve. All right. Question, council.
And I just want to say to the council, during that period of time, they had a sister that was trying to hold on, so she could attend it to honor her other sister, but she just passed recently about a couple.
Last month.
Last month, about the last part of last month. So we would like to.
Yes, ma'am. Do you have the names of the individuals? Do we need to?
No, I do not have a name.
So we don't need to specifically.
You don't need specific names. You need the mayor's going to select.
Okay, all right. So council, before us is a recommendation from our attorney that we approve at least 2 individuals to conduct the survey concerning Buckeye Avenue, and that this council approve the renaming of the street pending the results of the survey.
Mr. President.
Is there a second? Please allow the minister to reflect that it was moved by Councilwoman Jane Thomas and properly seconded by Councilman Randolph to approve the previous read recommendation by the chair. Are we ready for the question? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
President Young.
Yes.
Councilman Harville.
Yes.
Councilwoman Christie Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Carmichael.
Yes.
Councilwoman James.
Yes.
Councilman Randolph.
Yes.
Councilman Emerson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Janie Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Madam Clerk, for the record, please read back the results of saying vote.
Unanimous.
Thank you very much. And proceed to the next item, Mr. Attorney.
The next item is resolution R185, item number 3 on my report. R185-20/21, the garbage initiative. This resolution was presented some months ago, I want to say weeks, but it's actually been months ago too. What happened at the work session was that I was asked to couch certain language in terms that would include the fact that the resolution is not asking for permission for the expenditure of public funds to a private entity without recourse. We're asking the council in this resolution to approve payment to the vendor, which is included in the language of the resolution, as well as the part of the government initiative, re-engineering initiative, to allow for the vendor to keep carts at people's properties. Once delinquent customers do not pay, then the city will, with that information from the vendor, go after those individuals, pay those delinquent fees, go after those individuals to collect the fees plus interest plus processing plus if they don't pay the money back, a lien attached to that property. So the import of the resolution is not to give away public funds to a private entity. It's to prevent the collection of garbage rollout costs and or possibly dumpsters, which is causing garbage to be strewn the length and breadth of the city of Selma, as well as the city's opportunity to recollect that money. I'm asking for your favorable consideration and approval of that resolution.
All right, Councilwoman Thomas.
Is this the resolution that I told you, for our tax polls, we have to do? This is the resolution just to move, we have to do an ordinance. So what are you doing?
The contract and ordinance are next.
Oh, you come with all that tonight?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I ain't read all of it.
Okay, Councilwoman Christie Turner.
Have we checked to see if any of those fees have been paid before we?
Yes, the fees have not only not been paid, they're growing. Last year. If those were the first.
So you're saying the people that were on that list, nobody has paid their those fees?
I'm saying the list of delinquent customers 90 days ago has grown and it's going to keep growing until there's a recourse.
Let me ask this. I don't have a copy of the resolution in front of me, but I remember at work session, we talked about that resolution and we want to just add that language that we discussed. Did you add that language in the resolution?
I did. Let me read you.
Is that in there?
I did.
Yeah, I think it had something to do with.
It was the resolve paragraph. Be it resolved, therefore resolved that the city council of Selma, Alabama authorizes the declaration of a public purpose, the payment of delinquent fees, owed Liberty Disposal Incorporated or other vendor with privity of contract with the city of Selma for the collection and disposal of garbage with authority granted to Selma executive/administrative and judicial branches of municipal government through existing or hereafter codified re-engineering garbage system ordinances to collect the same from the concerned delinquent customers of the city of Selma, Alabama, charge the necessary service fees, interest, and tax liens when necessary, as well as take judicial action to enforce the garbage ordinance.
And that is what I was looking for. Councilwoman Jane Thomas.
Let me ask you this question before we take this vote. Based on what I read some of this here, are you using this ordinance based on according to the way you have it's lined out in here? Some of the stuff I see in here that I have read.
The garbage ordinance.
Garbage collecting.
This, we're doing the resolution first. Yeah. All right. So, okay, I'm gonna take it this one. All right, council, we have before us resolution R-185-2021, resolution entitled Garbage Initiative. We've heard from the attorney regarding the language that was discussed at work session. At this time, is there a motion to approve resolution R-185-20/21? All right, is there a second? All right, it was moved by Councilman Johnson and properly seconded by Councilman Carmichael to approve the resolution R185-20/21. Are we ready for the question, council? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
President Young.
Yes.
Councilman Harville.
Yes.
Councilwoman Christie Thomas. Yes. Councilman Carmichael.
Yes.
Councilwoman James. Yes. Councilman Randolph.
Yes.
Councilman Dennison.
Yes.
Councilwoman James Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes. Very good. Can you read the results of the vote, Madam Clerk?
9 affirmative.
Thank you very much. May we proceed with your next item, Mr. Turner?
Item number 4, LDI contract. You have before you also, council members, the solid waste collection and disposal agreement, which I'm calling from my report, the LDI contract. Please keep in mind that over the past 12 months, this re-engineered garbage initiative has been designed for a process, contract, and ordinance to dovetail with each other so that all of this support, like the 3 legs on a stool, you cut one off, it really doesn't work. That's what the contract says. It's been revisited with the intention of improving the vendor service to the city of Selma, such as picking up trash that they waste on the streets when they dump. It's been improved with their providing weekly updates on delinquent customers electronically so that we don't have to call them and ask for it. It's been improved with cooperation from the Selma Waterworks. By the way, as I informed the Public Works Committee earlier today, Councilman Carmichael, Councilwoman Thomas, Councilman Randolph, the Selma Waterworks is willing to add to their procedure for verifying residency of water users the criterion of garbage collection having been established with the city of Selma. We've got that in the form of a procedure that we have transformed from a PDF to a Word document, so they can include that in their procedure. I'll be reducing that agreement to an MOU within the next 3 days, by Friday. So I'm asking that the contract, the LDI contract, solid waste collection disposal agreement, get favorable consideration and pass by this council.
And that is the exact same, no changes from the contract that was submitted.
The changes, if any, included what the Public Works Committee provided me.
So it doesn't look the exact same way as when we had a work session.
No, it includes some changes that were already presented by the Public Works Committee.
Okay, because I'm not able to load it up, so I haven't seen. Council, any questions or comments regarding this contract at this time?
What are those changes?
They're in an email.
So the list that, Nikki emailed us, those are the changes that you're referring to? The note?
Yes,
Okay.
the notes that are in that file.
All right.
And that's basically the file from all the public hearings.
And those notes include changes to both the contract and the
Councilman Thomas.
Yeah, and that's important. What we voting on now, so everybody, I hope they look at it and read, because once we do that vote, we move to the order.
I'm asking for your favorable consideration and approval.
Okay. Council, we have before us the recommendation to approve the LDI contract as stated by our attorney. Is there a motion regarding their recommendation? All right, please allow the minutes to reflect. It was moved by Councilman Carmichael and properly seconded by Councilman Johnson to approve the Randolph, I'm so sorry. Councilman Randolph to approve the contract for LDI. Are we ready for the question? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
President Young.
For the record, I'm not against it, but I've not had a chance to see this. So because I haven't had a chance to review this properly, I say, respectfully.
Councilman Harville.
Yes.
Councilwoman Christie Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Carmichael.
Yes.
Councilwoman James. Yes. Councilman Randolph.
Yes.
Councilman Dennison.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jenny Thomas,
I need to finish reading. I have to finish. I have to finish.
your vote.
Oh. I understand.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes. All right, Madam Clerk, can you please read back the results of the vote?
7 affirmative and 2 abstentions.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Turner, have you seen what you got?
Item number 5 is an ordinance of initiative and is styled ordinance O-100-21/22. An ordinance regulating garbage, trash, and junk vehicles and providing mandatory pickup and disposal of residential garbage and to provide for penalties for violation thereof in the city of Selma, Alabama. One of the individuals in one of the public hearings wanted to know where this ordinance came from. We used, the administration used the existing ordinance from previous years as a template to draft a new ordinance. It only made sense. What we did was we added the changes that would make this effective, productive, and efficient. And that is where the word re-engineering was born. So this ordinance reflects all the things we had, and some of which were changed or deleted. It also strengthens civil and or criminal penalties in the sense that nobody can be put in jail for not paying their garbage bill. But if they get a citation from code enforcement and refuse to show up in court, then a failure to appear can be issued, and they will be put in jail. So this is not criminal punishment of people who don't pay their garbage bill. It gives us a double-fisted way of civilly protecting the collection of the garbage and the payment and disposal of it and payment, as well as ultimately judicial and possibly criminal sanctions. That was also improved in the Attorney General's letter, who said that as Section 22-27-3 of the Alabama Code 1975 authorizes the city under the police powers to protect its health, safety, and general welfare. We have no right to do this legally.
All right, I'm thankful that you gave us some clarity for the citizens, so they'll be clear. No one's voting to lock up anyone for not paying their.
There are no debtors prisons in the United States.
Exactly.
There are prisons with no debtors.
We would be violating federal law if we were to do that. But what we are saying is, if you get something from the court, we don't have anything to do with it. You must appear if the court summons you to appear. And that's between you and the court system when you fail to appear. So as you stated, you could get failure to appear issued against you and then be subject to sanctions by the court.
Only if you don't show up and take care of business.
But hopefully everyone will not even have to get to that point because everyone in Selma will pay their garbage. So with that said, council, we have Councilwoman Thomas. You just
I was asking a question before, you told me what the number.
Yes.
So now we're on.
Yes, ma'am.
So then I ask you a question. This ordinance contains to what I have read in this 38 years.
It contains exactly what's in those.
And that's what I wanted to know.
68, oh, you mean 38 pages of the ordinance?
I'm saying.
That's a 68 page document.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Is there anything else different that you added into this ordinance that we haven't compared to what's in here?
Only what's in Councilman Carmichael's notes, only what's in Councilman Carmichael's notes.
All right, thank you. That's all I want.
Those aren't mine, those are the public.
I apologize, I misspoke. Only what I was presented, the notes from the public hearings, on behalf of council.
People tell us.
Because the reason I asked you, because we're doing this so quick, you lean all this on this, and I just want to be.
Well, it seems quick, Councilwoman, but it's been a year actually that we started.
Okay, thank you. Let's go with Councilman Carmichael, and then we're gonna try to proceed. Councilman Carmichael.
I want to say that there were some minor changes that were made, but the overall, just what this ordinance is what's been discussed. There are some minor changes, and I appreciate the met this range for all the work they put into it, turning out some, all the citizens who came out and spoke and helped us with this, because there were some changes that we needed to make. To make this a good ordinance, and we're hoping it works out. You know, if there's issues in it, please, you know, your council person or me, call me. We'll try to get it changed and fixed to where it's right. We can amend this at our next meeting if we need to.
You can always amend any ordinance, that's the problem.
And that's exactly where I was going. You don't achieve perfection all at once. But we strive to be a more perfect union. We strive to be a more perfect self. So with that said, if there is something that needs to be changed, it will be presented to the council and we will make any necessary.
And I'll be glad to present it if I know, if there's wrong my attention.
Thank you. So council, we have before us ordinance 100-21/22. An ordinance regulating garbage, trash, and junk vehicles and providing for mandatory pickup and disposal of residential garbage and to provide for penalties for violation thereof in the city of Selma, Alabama. Is there a motion to approve such ordinance? Is there a second? Please allow the record to reflect that it was moved by Councilman Carmichael and properly seconded by Councilman Jennison to approve ordinance 0100-21/22. Are we ready for the question, council? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
President Young,
Yes.
Councilman Harville,
Yes.
Councilwoman Christie Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Carmichael,
Yes.
Councilwoman James,
Yes.
Councilman Randolph,
Yes.
Councilman Jemison,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jamie Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes. Madam Clerk, will you please read back the results of said vote?
9 affirmative.
Thank you very much. Council, please join me in thanking Councilman Carmichael for leading that. One day you finish up the hearing and you can still see the smoke. So, thank you, Councilman Carmichael, and thank you, Executive Branch Attorney, everybody, for helping us implement this most important move in Selma's direction, which is to get a cleaner, better Selma. So thank you for that important vote. Merry Christmas, all.
You're welcome, and thank you for that committee. Councilwoman Thomas said something one day that made me think, she really is listening to this. She told some members of the public what the penalties were for violating this ordinance was bad. And that got my attention, and I was going to rebel. The jail piece, item number 6. The council has already voted in the consent agenda on the 15-day extension.
Yes.
However, that is a 12-month contract that you have not voted on. And the 15-day extension, by the way, runs out tomorrow. So you may want to consider tonight reviewing and voting on the entire agreement minus extension that you already approved.
Right. Council, it was in our work session packet. This was the lease agreement between Dallas County and the city of Selma. We did, as the attorney stated, we voted on the extension, that 15-day extension. That was taken care of in consent, because we made that retroactive. But we have before us the actual lease agreement that was discussed in work session, which mentions the $100,000 payable and also the $30,000 in regard to the juvenile detention center and Perry Garden Educational Treatment Facility. So that there were 2 agreements in that packet, Councilwoman Thomas. The first one was that 15-day, which we approved in September, and then that second agreement was the more lengthy. Yes, ma'am. And so that's what is before us at this time, the approval of the lease agreement between Dallas County and the city of Selma in the amount of $100,000 and an additional $30,000 for the juvenile detention center and Perry Garner education treatment facility.
Mr. President, if I may point out, Judge Dunn has already signed this.
Exactly. Thank you for that. So council, is there a motion to approve the lease agreement between Dallas County and the city of Selma, Alabama, for purposes of the jail? All right, thank you, Councilman Johnson. Is there a second? All right, I think I got Councilman Harville that time. So it has been moved by Councilman Johnson and properly seconded by Councilman Harville to approve the lease agreement between Dallas County and the city of Selma, Alabama for an amount of $130,000. Are we ready for the question?
Minus the payment for the 15 days.
Minus the thank you. With that, are we ready for the question? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
President Young,
Yes.
Councilman Harville,
Yes.
Councilwoman Christie Thompson, Councilman Carmichael,
Yes.
Councilwoman James, yes, Councilman Randolph, Councilman Jennison,
Yeah.
Councilwoman Jane Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Randolph.
Yes.
All right, Madam Clerk, please lead back the results of the vote.
There are 9 affirmative.
Thank you very much. Mr. Attorney, do you have any other items on your report?
I do deal with items brought to my attention by the council.
Okay.
The, one of the items we've already voted on, for the one-time pay. Next item, is a letter of intent, an issue brought to both the councils and the city of mayors and the city attention by Selma Waterworks and city engineer Ray Hall. The matter involves a sewage pump station being relocated or the need to relocate from Franklin Street to property that's owned by the city in an alley behind the police building on Franklin. The city waterworks, some waterworks is asking for the gift or donation or transfer of land, and this is a public to public, not public to private. Transfer of property 30 feet by 30 feet, which is 900 square feet exactly. And the research that they've done has revealed that Hinton Alley, a dedicated 20-foot wide alley, runs through the property proposed for the pump station. The letter of intent states that the recommendation which the city, the Selma City Council is entertaining in the form of this letter of intent is for the city of Selma, Alabama to support the city's transfer of ownership of the property in question to the Selma Waterworks. This must be done in accordance with current laws affecting land transfers between two public entities. A land surveyor has been engaged by the Selma Waterworks to perform a survey and furnish a meets and bounds with the description. By agreeing to the intent, you will not transfer. You're saying that it is your intention to consider the transfer in accordance with current laws affecting land transfer between two public entities.
Oh, go ahead, Councilman James.
I thought we said something about, should we put $1 in there?
For the actual transfer, when a deed is drafted, the recitation of the consideration and the deed will be for a nominal amount.
And so what we are doing right now, we're not voting to actually transfer, but that's gonna be an issue such as the deed, Councilman James, you're talking about. Because we gotta put the nominal consideration amount at $1. What we're voting on right now is, we're voting to approve this letter of intent to indicate our intention to go into agreement and to eventually create this.
It's exactly what it says, a letter of intent, no action is taken.
Exactly.
Towards transfer of any property.
We just want to approve this letter of intent.
What you're asking to do is ever going to get the grant.
Right. If this indicates, us approving that, that indicates our interest. All right. Council, any questions about that? We did talk about it in the work session. Go ahead.
And so you're not moving on this project? Okay, that's all I want to know.
We're just approving a letter of intent, not the deed,
Okay.
not the deed yet. That's coming later, but not right now. All right, with that said, council, is there a motion to approve the letter of intent as stated and explained by our city attorney? All right, I'm going to say that was Councilwoman James this time. With the motion, who's the second? Is there a second? Councilman Johnson is the Second, please allow the minutes to reflect that it was moved by Councilwoman James and properly seconded by Councilman Johnson to approve the letter of intent as explained by our attorney. Are we ready for the question? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
President Young.
Yes.
Councilman Harville.
Yes.
Councilwoman Christie Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Carmichael.
Yes.
Councilwoman James.
Yes.
Councilman Randolph.
Yes.
Councilman Jefferson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jamie Thomas. Councilwoman Jamie.
Yes.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please read back the results of the vote. 9 affirmative. Thank you very much. Any other items, Mr. Turner?
Yes, and matter of procedure clarification that's brought out, both the clerk and the mayor. What I was asked was, the ordinance placed on first read? The document itself was placed on first read. The ordinance without a number was presented. And the ordinance presented tonight is the same ordinance with the additional information provided by the Public Works Committee.
Do you want to, just to make sure that we have a clear record, would you like to, I think it would be wise, just to make sure we're clear, that we do a vote of unanimous consent to make sure that it's all.
I think that's an excellent.
All set.
I think it was a unanimous vote, wasn't
It was a unanimous vote, it was, but just for the record, and I want to say that we've also taken a vote, and got to poll everybody for unanimous consent, that we did vote on. So council, the ordinance that we just voted on concerning the garbage ordinance, just for clarity, for our record, for our minutes, at this time, we're going to do a poll of unanimous consent. So is there any objection to this body doing a poll for unanimous consent so that we can get everything all tightened up? Just for the record, to make sure that we get it properly, Councilman Thomas, for years after, when somebody comes back to look, to see that we get it right.
Councilwoman.
All right. Thank you.
Councilwoman, I concur with the clerk's questioning and the mayor's reminding me that to clarify this, not that you didn't make on record, to make sure for purposes of the record, that nobody can come back and question it.
Exactly, and we did our ordinances right, because it's required that we do this by unanimous consent when we have followed up previously. So with that said, is there any objection, unanimous consent? Can you do a roll call of unanimous consent, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. President Young.
Yes.
Councilman Harville. Councilwoman Christie Thomas. Councilman Carmichael.
Yes.
Councilwoman James.
Yes.
Councilman Randolph.
Yes.
Councilman Jefferson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jamie Thomas. Councilwoman Jamie Thomas. Yes. That's your yes, Ms. Thomas?
She said yes. She said yes.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Thomas, you can chalk it up to the city attorney, and I have to make a unanimous consent vote to begin with.
I know what you said.
We just did the record, clear, Councilwoman Thomas.
I just put that in the record too.
And then we'll get Councilwoman Thomas's vote when she. Okay, thank you. Anything else?
I have a contract that Councilman Carmichael asked to be prepared for snow cleaning service in the amount of $7,000. The scope of services provided by the contractor includes 4-3 cutting back limbs, trees, away from the alley and parking, cutting bushes back, limbs and trees away from the alley and Young Street between the water and Alabama. Cutting bushes back, limbs and trees away from the alley on McLeod Avenue between, and there's no between street in the invoice, so I don't have a contract, but it's on McLeod Avenue. Cleaning the curbs and gutters, and a block of Alabama, block of water, block of Riverview Avenue, block of Lamar, block of Union, block of Avenue, block of Pettis, block of King Street, second block of King Street, block of Pettis, which is the second block of Pettis, block of Navy, block of Fremont, block of Church, block of Broadway. Clear out ditch and things here on Cooper Drive. The amount of the contract is $7,000. The only thing I didn't have, Councilman, because I wasn't sure. I reached out to Mr. Stowe, because he told me this, and it was a fund account, which one of the things. All these discretionary.
Please turn all the lights on. Or please put on mute.
You have that fund account,
Well, if we clarify Councilman Carmichael's oil discretionary account, I think that would be sufficient for the record, because he only has one, so. I think if we clarify that, that would be sufficient. So council, we have before us, the contract, in the amount of, was $7,000, for, Councilman Carmichael, with, snow cleaning service, with proceeds to be taken from Councilman Carmichael's discretionary, oil lease account. Is there a motion to approve? Is there a second? All right, please allow the record to reflect that it was moved by Councilman Carmichael and properly seconded by Councilman Harville to approve the contract with snow cleaning service amount $7,000 with proceeds to be taken from Councilman Carmichael's discretionary oil lease account. Are we ready for the question? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
President Young.
Yes.
Councilman Harville.
Yes.
Councilwoman Christie Thomas. Yes. Councilman Carmichael.
Yes.
Councilwoman James. Yes. Councilman Randolph.
Yes.
Councilman Dennison.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jamie Thomas. Councilman Johnson.
Yes.
You please, the votes, Madam Clerk.
8 affirmative, council members present.
Okay. And we need Councilwoman Thomas, since you returned Councilwoman Thomas, we need to vote on unanimous consent to vote on the ordinance related to the garbage. Is it a yes? Yes. The record now show reflect a yes. And now can you give me, what was the results of that vote, concerning unanimous consent?
9 affirmative.
Thank you very much for the record. Now we have it clear. Any other matters, Council? Thank you. All right. All right, Mr. Attorney, thank you very much. Merry Christmas. Now we will proceed on to our next item on the agenda. At this time, any committees need to report? We covered a lot of committee items already. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, anyway, our committee met, yesterday, December 13th, and we had 3 different issues that we discussed. One was 25,000 budget here from planning and development, and one stop code. This item is representative, like information on a variety of stops in the historic districts, snacks, food, and brochures. We also talk about online information about touring and selling, and all in one ticket will be started running the second week of January. And then we have community partners getting the school involved in the process of working with the tour guides and educating everyone on passport. Passport is out on the website where you can go and you book a tour for there or different locations in Alabama. And also we need all the audience that deal with the entertainment issue. So
all right, thank you.
and so like I said, that $25,000 maybe stuff from 5 million grants.
Councilwoman Thomas, Councilwoman James, and Councilman Farmer in that order.
Attorney Matters, if we, line item, that she used for planning and development, talking about, giving, the funds to, this is general fund of money coming out. And talking about giving, small business, like, what is that, $3,000 or $2,000, or something like that. Are we allowed to use our general funds like that to deal to the public, business, for the same like the project she's saying that they help them? I want to be clarified with that. You never done that with the general fund? I want to make sure that we do.
Two things, and then I'm gonna say what I usually say. I do some due diligence to confirm my answer. Number one, the amount of the money is less important than the parties between whom that's taking place, the public funds to a private entity.
Yes.
You're referencing section 90, you indirectly referencing section 94 of the state constitution, which says you can't do that unless it's for economic development or industrial development. And even then, there's a series of steps that you need to go through, including notice to the public, a public hearing, a resolution drafted by me and approved by the council.
And that was my question. I don't believe in voting for stuff until, that's my question. I understand what Councilman Randolph would like to do, but there are guidelines on this legislative body that we've got to be very careful when we do this money that we're talking about giving to, and it requires the follow guidelines.
And my other point was, there were 2 points I was attempting to make. The second was going to be that this body can declare pretty much what it wants to a public purpose, but it has to state the facts concerning why a certain act is considered a public purpose. You can't just say, it's a public purpose to give Councilman Carmichael some money to go to Mexico. You can't just do that. I know you're surprised, Councilman, but that's just the law.
Well, my reason why I was asking that, see, a lot of people think that we can just sit up here and vote and say, okay, we'll give you 25,000. We say we'll give so and so business this. But we have a legislator. People might have been doing this stuff in the past, but you know what I said.
Your point is proven, Councilwoman Thomas. Let's go to Councilwoman James and Council Carter. Okay, yes, ma'am. Remember, we do have a limit, and you were passing. All right, go ahead, Councilwoman James.
To clarify what Ms. Wooten was saying, she wasn't, and I wish she come in here to clear it up. She wasn't saying actually just giving people these money. That was guidelines she was using. These are mini grants. And you got a lot of cities that give other people mini grants to have business to defend their city. She's not just point, I'm going to give $5,000 to you to do this. Ms. Mook is smart enough to know that we just don't give money out. There were guidelines that she had, and what she had was excellent. So I think we need to hear from Ms. Wooten before we just back things down and say that we don't give money. We're not going to give nobody. Let Ms. Wooten speak for herself on this issue.
Well, thank you. Okay, hold on, bro. Hold on. Councilman Carmichael's next.
Okay, I just have a couple of questions. Was this, we're gonna move funding from another line item to put in this, or were we adding funds to the budget? Removing. Okay.
One line item in the budget already on the two rigs.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right,
so this minute grant is under section 94.
94.01.
Yeah. Yeah, it's community development, so that can be done, so stop hating.
Okay. Dang. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on one second. Hold on. We're going to speak one at a time. And at this time, Councilman Randolph is speaking. Go ahead, Councilman Randolph.
Like I said, We trying to do something for, bring tourism in our city. Y'all hate on bringing tourism, getting people started to come and sell, right now, people come sell, come on the bridge, walk on the bridge, and get on one down and go stand.
Okay.
We're trying to do something to the types of people that stay and sell. So stop, don't hate game with our city. I want my city to be the best city in the world.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Randolph. Councilman Carmichael was next, then Councilwoman Christie Thomas. Go ahead, Councilman Carmichael.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I was saying. And I just wanted to bring our Councilman Randolph, and I just wanted to bring to the attention that ARPA funds included many grants for tourism, specifically for tourism. When we were looking at that over that League Municipalities deal, so we could use that. We could even make that number bigger. I mean, and in order to do this, I think, like you said, we do have to declare it in a resolution or an ordinance or something.
It's a public purpose,
When we expand it.
All right, now, Councilwoman Christie Thomas, and then we're gonna try to put this to a rest. Councilwoman Christie Thomas.
What I want to say is, I'm not against doing anything positive for the city, but we do need to make sure that we're under the guidelines of the law. So, I know the attorney had mentioned that there's certain things that have to be done, and as I was reading earlier, if I'm not mistaken, there's an attorney general opinion on this already. And it's one of them is 2007-122. So if we can, I would feel more comfortable with you doing the research and you coming back to us with more information so that we can comfortably vote on this. So I'm asking you to do the research and make sure that you get everything necessary for the council to make a decision.
Thank you. And I think kind of that's what the attorney said at the beginning of this whole conversation, that he was going to do the research. So we're back where we started from the beginning, took us all over here with that. So with that said, unless there's a motion right now, can we just ask the attorney to bring it back to us so that we can give it a favorable vote when it comes back? Because I'm for it too, but I just want to make sure we do it.
Asked and answered, yes.
Thank you. Now, can we move? Yes, go ahead, Councilman Carmichael.
We also request that I was able to watch the video on that committee meeting, and I appreciate that, but I think maybe if we could just show that to the entire council and to the public, that everybody's aware of what's going on with that video. And I'm supportive of it too, as long as we do it right.
Okay, we'll make that clear. All right, any other committees? Because we've done a lot of committee work. All right, let's move on now, council, to new and unfinished business. New and unfinished business. I know one of the items that came up was your item at work session. So Councilwoman James, would you like to make a motion?
Oh, yes. Okay, my decision will be, all have been said and done, that this will be our last council meeting for this year. That we will resume in January, and that everybody will have a safe and happy holiday season. And we'll be ready to work and move things forward in January. So
All right, it's been moved, they probably seconded, that this be our one meeting for the month of December. As you all know, Council Randolph brought that up before. This has been done before, this is not new precedent. So with that said, it was moved by Councilwoman James, probably seconded by Councilman Harville. Are we ready for the question? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
President Young.
Yes.
Councilman Harville.
Yes.
Councilman Christie Thomas. Yes. Councilman Carmichael.
Yes.
Councilwoman James.
yes.
Councilman Randolph.
Yes.
Councilman Jimmison.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jamie Thomas. Councilman Johnson.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Can you make the results of the vote now?
There are 8 affirmative and 1 abstention, and Mayor, please, everybody, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilman, okay, you got another item, go ahead, Councilman Jones.
Yes, the other item, I have email from, EDLA, a conference that we will be attending in January. And I just wanted to know that, they had sent us an email stating that they would get there the day before and wanted everyone that's gonna be in that class to try to get there the day before. And I was just wondering if it's possible that the same, funds that the other ones are going, that we use that fund and not our own personal discretionary funds. And also that whoever making a reservation will also go ahead on and book the room for the conference as well.
Put that in form of motion, is there a second?
I make a motion that the person who's in charge of the ELG conference that will make reservations for everyone who wants, go up the day before. And also to say, whatever funds they're to pay that.
All right, is there a second? All right, it's been moved by Councilwoman James, probably seconded by Councilman Randolph, to approve said motion as stated by Councilwoman James. Are we ready for the question? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
President Young.
Yes.
Councilman Harvey.
Yes.
Councilwoman Christie Thomas. Councilman Carmichael.
Yes.
Councilwoman James.
Yes.
Councilman Randolph.
Yes.
Councilman Jemison.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jamie Thomas.
Oh, what training this is, this training is that, the CAT,
The Economic Development Academy.
that will be in January 4th? Oh, okay, yes.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Council, for those votes. You good? Okay, Councilman Carmichael.
I have a question. I think I was elected to go to that.
You are.
But I have not seen anything, come through saying that I am going to it or anything. Should I be looking for something?
They may not have gotten.
They hadn't said anything, I had just got an email saying that they were going up a day early to mingle and to get things ready for the next day.
But I haven't gotten an email yet.
Okay, did y'all didn't get an original email when you signed up to register or anything like that? Okay.
But I will contact Ms. Brenda Tucker and make sure that you get all correspondence.
Okay.
I'll contact Ms. Brenda Tucker. So,
Okay. But, I don't know what they.
right.
Let's see. All right, so I think everybody has a letter, from the Cemetery Preservation Group. I believe they went to, Madison and Mayor. Because council takes council vote. They have put the house that burned behind the old Live Oak Cemetery right there. And they want to tear it down and build a parking lot for the cemetery. And since they're doing this for the city property for the city of Selma, they're requesting that we waive the tipping fee that the landfill, when they do the demolition. Now, as I understand it, when it comes to waiving fees, we should have, this should be done ordinance and have a public hearing. And so I'm not sure if we've been doing that properly in the past, but I think we need to do that this time around. So I guess I'd like to get a vote on a letter of intent, so to speak, to make sure that we should move forward with the public hearing on this, and then we can, hopefully we can have the public hearing, and then at a later date, vote on the ordinance to actually waive the tipping fees. We'll go through all this, if everybody knows support of it. So, I'd like to make a motion, I'm sorry.
I just have a question. Is it a public hearing or a public meeting?
That's a good question, but I would think there would be, no doubt there would be a public meeting because we got to vote on it.
But that's what I'm saying, that we just want to make sure that we can do just the public meeting and don't have to do the public hearing.
have, and just do public meeting on Wednesday.
As long as it's stuff in the public meeting, that's what we need clarification.
Right.
Let's see if we can take it up in our next public meeting.
Well, okay, so what we'll do is, we will get a vote to move forward on this, all find out, and if it's a public hearing, then I'll try to schedule a public hearing. If it's a public meeting, then at the next, our Attorney Madison, can you find that out for us?
The difference between a meeting and a hearing and whether or not.
Whether when we're waiving fees, we need to have a public hearing.
I've got a concern about waiving fees in general, and here it is.
Right.
You just put together a budget, $22 million. Waiving fees has become something of a wave, almost a pandemic. And in a city that says it needs money, and this has little or nothing to do with the group. It has little or nothing to do with the group. It has everything to do with finances. If it's not a good idea to continue waiving fees when you say you need money.
Right. But from the legal side, you know.
From the legal side, I'd be happy to look into it. I'd be happy to look into it.
Yeah. Right, thank you.
I'll be happy to look into it. I'd be happy.
I think where we are, so we, not belabor the point, is that we want some more information on what we need to do legally to get.
Be glad to do it.
Did you still, I don't necessarily think we need to take a vote to proceed with that, if there's an understanding. Okay.
This is for the city itself.
I think it's a great idea.
I'm talking to you, I'm looking at you, I'm sorry, but for the council, this is for the city of Selma. They're actually going, they work as a nonprofit for the city of Selma, taking care of our cemetery, which is a tourist destination. And this involves economic development because it involves tourism. They're going to tear a house down and make a parking lot with that cemetery.
And that is the decision of the council.
Right.
We just want the legal
Everybody
side.
understand, it's not just. Right.
All right, so, hopefully at our next work session, we can have, update on.
Can I just ask Councilman Carmichael to please, in an email, send me that request, just so I'll have exactly what you want done.
Yes.
And I'll make sure I take care of it.
And that's great. All right. Anything else, Councilman Carmichael?
No, I don't think so.
Excellent. Any other new business, unfinished business?
I have some new business.
Okay, we're going to Councilman Randolph, we'll come to Councilman
I was
Thomas.
waiting on you when you come.
Okay, I'm sorry. We're, go ahead, Councilman Randolph, then we'll come on.
Up here. When it comes to people asking us for discretionary money, to give them discretionary,
Right.
that's like a grant. It's the same. It's the same, but it's no different. You give to, Boy Scout, you enter into a contract with the Boy Scout. Give them money. It's the same. It's for some good work.
Not call my name. Just went off on.
Okay, let's.
I call on you.
Okay.
I'm trying to apologize to you in the public forum.
All right, let's stick to the business.
But anyway,
Okay.
I'm gonna be a better man. I'm gonna apologize to you. Okay, you can be like that to me.
All right. Thank you.
Anyway, cause we have, I'm serious, right? When we got to work together up here, you can't pick some because you don't like the person who's bringing it, or you don't like the person who might benefit.
Okay, let's stick to the business. Let's stick to business. Business eyes on. Go ahead, Councilman Thomas, I think you said you exercised.
So you cut me off like you did her.
Yes, because
I'm glad you cut me off. I'm feel bad.
I appreciate it. Thank you. But we're sticking to business items and we have rules where we're really not supposed to name each other when we discuss. With the board. And you heard what she, okay, so let's move on. All right, Councilwoman Thomas.
This is new business, on the new business, president, and, I want to say this to the body, this is new business as a deal with the legislative branch. When it comes to making decisions and stuff that we that we're supposed to do. I don't care if you vote or anyone else vote, I'm gonna stay within the required of the selective reading to keep myself in the clear. I don't take sides and I don't care about sides. I care about what I was elected for up here. And the reason why I'm so strictly and hard on stuff, things are happening when we don't abide by our own selective reading, what the legislature have for us to go by. And that is why I say, let's have stuff that we do and agree. We have steps and stuff that we kept in a record to keep us clean. And that is why I say what I say. And if I'm offended to anyone trying to do right up here and go by according to what's selected, 528 pages, I think you need to call the legislature and give them that beat down. I don't deserve what I say, according to what I know that we ask us to do when they give it to us. I want this elected to sit up here and vote and make sure that I'm doing the right thing and do what according to what we told. That's my new business to the city itself.
All right, with that said, any other new business? All right, City of Selma, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. A prosperous 2022. With no other business for the Selma City Council, this meeting stands adjourned.
Okay, now, you didn't do anything We'll look at it.